4 hours. Then I hear that dun 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 dun. I get up, I look up. All right, I'm about to get into bed. Fuck it, I just up. And it's been like that probably for a week. And my body just got used to actually sleeping like I supposed to. So now it's like I have all the energy in the world. I can't go to
Yeah.
sleep.
I don't think I'm ever going to get back to sleeping like I should. I mean, I never really slept a lot. I've always kind of slept never. But now I'm like, fuck, I can never sleep. Not good, but I slept today. That's probably another reason why I can't sleep. I slept today till almost 5 o'clock. Slept all day.
And by the time I get tired, the sun gonna be up.
Yeah, I gotta leave for work at 7:30 in the morning.
That's the only thing I really like about working in the middle of the night. That when you go home, you go to sleep, and you wake up, you got time to do whatever you have to do in the day before you have to go back to work. So that's why I love my hours of working. I can't see myself working during the day when everybody's up doing stuff, and at night everybody's in the bed. What can you do?
Yep. Yep. Everybody but me. I feel like my whole entire life now has been Hangout since I started.
How long you been doing Hangouts?
Since like April 4th or something.
I've been on Hangouts probably I just started. Dread was the first place I started debating at. I've been talking about it for other people on the streets, but debating Dread. That's probably I'll say 3.5, almost 4 months now. But I've been dealing with Hangouts probably I'll say 5 or almost 6 months, and it is addictive. I'm not gonna lie, it is. A lot of times you'll have so much to say, and then it's just you just don't want to stop talking. But it's fun. You get a lot off your mind in these hangouts. And the more you talk, the more you don't feel crazy inside because you get to actually tell people and someone be like, you know what, I was thinking that too. Or I never thought of it that way. I never thought of it that way is the best thing that I ever heard when I tell somebody something that makes them think. I never thought of it that way. I love that one. But um yeah, it makes me feel a little bit more sane, a little bit more level. People can understand what's in my mind. I can understand what's in their mind.
Yep. That's why I started this really because people don't have somebody to talk to.
Like people be saying, well, when I first started to get the understanding, I used to freak out. This is my freak out mode, being on Hangouts, talking about this shit because it's like, how else? It's mind boggling the conversation we be having. Like earlier today, I have to sit back and listen to what one of the brothers was telling me in so many words, and it's crazy what we be talking about. We're talking about the Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is crazy. It's hitting me all over again. Like, what the fuck? How did it come to this? Like, and then when I sit back and I think about the moon landings and all that, it's like I don't see how dumb they thought we were, or it just doesn't make any sense with the stuff they tell us, and they show us. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's like I always use this I use an analogy for everything. It's like we're like a Coca-Cola bottle, somebody shook up like forever, and then somebody took the lid off of it. That's how it feels whenever you get to talk about this stuff.
Yeah, because sometimes I be
Because everybody
thinking
else
of
is not. They're
sometimes
crazy.
sometimes I be thinking about what I be saying, and I really think about what I'm saying, like, and it's crazy. Like, I just can't believe some of the things people say because if me and somebody is having a conversation about space, going to the moon, they know exactly what I'm talking about. And for them to try to divert into some crazy like they do is mind boggling to me. It's just a lot of things that's really hitting me today. Today's my birthday.
Happy
And
birthday!
I just, it's crazy. I don't know how to explain it.
You did for your birthday. Chilled on YouTube Hangouts.
What'd you say?
What did you do for your birthday? Chilled on YouTube Hangouts.
All I did was the hangout with Dread, sit around. I don't really do that. I don't really do that on my birthday. I don't really celebrate like that.
Yeah. I was wondering, I asked what happened to you earlier because you just all the cell phones dropped and you never came back. I said, what the hell happened to Ed like an hour later?
Oh, a cousin came. One of my cousins came over. I was talking to him for a little bit.
Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. I thought I was typing somewhere else. I was typing in a chat.
And then somebody called on my other phone, and I was talking to them on a hangout for a second. And after that's when I came back.
Man, that's something wrong. I can't even get into it.
But I do see how the conversation is changing. The big thing now is, oh no, I don't believe in NASA. No, I don't believe in none of that. But we live on a ball. Like I don't get it. It's crazy. They changing the whole argument. And it's like I gotta sit there and be quiet. Cause like I can you say that and then you say it's the ball, okay. I'm gonna let somebody else talk to you then, because that's the new thing now.
Like an
But
oxymoron.
it's crazy, it don't make no sense. They got to come up with something new. After so many times where people come with the same type of argument, you will learn their argument. So for them, they can't keep coming with the same thing. So they're gonna have to change something. So now they want you to disprove the ball without NASA. So basically, they're trying to have you go to theories and do all some type of crazy math. And like, nah, that's what NASA's for. Shit.
Yeah, that video today though, it kills me that people still saying after make excuses for that shit.
Oh man, it's crazy. I'll be at work messing with people, talking about flat Earth, all at work.
Me too. I do it everywhere. I don't care.
I'm gonna start interviews, flat Earth interviews.
That's what I want to do. I want to start doing like just street interviews. Me and Karen B and Ryan Nancy. There's a bunch of us that live near each other, and we all need to get together. We've never even met. We live like all within 20 minutes of each other. I pass by the morgue out every single day. I told him to call me today because it was late, and I realized I was going to pass by his house again tomorrow to go meet him. But I don't know, maybe he'll call me tomorrow. I might go over there and meet him tomorrow. If I do, I'm going to live stream it.
Yeah, make sure you don't get kidnapped, huh? You live stream,
It's not like I didn't mean that.
snatch you up. Yeah, and then it could be a clone. We can't have that. Sometimes I don't get why they be attacking the live streams, because if you don't believe in what we're saying, this should be some of the funniest shit in the world. This should be Mad TV, Saturday Night Live, Dave Chappelle all mixed in one if you don't believe in flat Earth. So I don't know why they be attacking and hacking the live streams and all that. Just sit back and laugh with our dumb ass. It should be entertainment to you. Oh, shit.
You get a notification every time I ask somebody.
Say it again.
You get a notification every time I ask somebody. No.
You sound like a computer.
Hold on. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's Skype now. I don't know why it goes down. I had to open it to send somebody a message, but
Now I went right back to sound like a computer.
how about now? Wait, your wife kicked you out of the house because you talked too much. You know what? One of my good friends, he had his wife made him choose flat earth or me and the kids.
You better pick care of the kids.
And it was somebody that I used to be on the stream every night. It really sucks. It's a good friend, and that's somebody that lives near me too. Well, I met him, but there's a lot of people in North Carolina. Are you going to the conference?
Oh, you in North Carolina?
Yeah.
My sister's in North Carolina, my nephew, and my older brother. That's crazy. They're outside of Charlotte.
Me too.
What's the name of it? I don't want to lie, but it's outside of Charlotte.
I live in Gastonia. Well, I live in Dallas. The name of it, but it's right south of Charlotte. Why are you up? You know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You have to get up in 3 hours. You gotta find a way to sleep.
Do you take energy drinks?
Me?
Yeah.
I have to, like, because I never sleep at night. Cause, like, everybody gets like
That's
all
not
day.
good for you. Your heart gonna blow up. Don't do it.
Don't say that.
Energy drinks are not good for you.
I drink more than I like. I don't really drink that much because they're expensive, but here they have some that are like 99 cents. I buy those. I'm trying to, I'm going to send you the link, Joey, because I did add you to this call, but I don't know why you never get it when I do that. You need to check your invite. You probably have like 500 from me, from every stream.
I looked at my emails not too long ago. Oh, hold on 1 second.
Jamie said he can't. I already asked him. Here, Joey. Dang, why don't I have, well, I just sent you the link, Joey, instead of, I don't know why I don't have Pillbox on here, because he's been in Hangout with me like a million times. I don't know why. I don't have his contact. It's weird. Wait. All right, you know what? I'm just going to drop the link in that chat that I was giving you those instructions in Pillbox. I hope there's nobody, no.
I'm a ghost.
No trolls, but that's, it's Rand's group, so I know better. It's all good people.
I'm a ghost.
Oh, it's Vinny!
I'm a ghost. I can see chemtrails.
That really freaked me out for a minute because I was like, wait a minute, that's me. Oh my.
So, what's wrong with your microphone? Whoa.
I know my voice is deep, huh?
It sounds like a...
It does, really? Is it still? Skype is not open. Let me close all this other shit.
Maybe refresh. You're already streaming, so you can press F5 or replug in your... I don't know what you're using. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I need a cup of coffee, and I did not know that I was streaming and that my phone died in the sun. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Ah, testing.
Can you hear me?
Yep, better than
A lot better.
before. Perfect,
Yep.
thanks. I'm gonna take my phone out of the sun because he burned, not burned, but he stopped streaming. I'll be back.
Dang, he's usually the first person I add to every single stream I've ever had since I started, except like the first two. And I didn't add him this time because I figured he was busy and others. Yeah, I'm gonna drink some coffee too, but I don't want to stay up all night, which I probably will because I've only been awake for. Why are you in here still? You need to go to bed, dude. I'm playing.
So for me, it's only, what, 11 o'clock? What time is it? No, 12 o'clock? I'm up. This is the time I'm just starting.
Time, baby.
This is like an hour after my lunch. It's like my body's telling me I'm at work right now.
Yeah, that's how it was when I worked third shift too. I hated it. Because I worked 7 days a week then, so it didn't really matter. But when I finally got off the third shift, I couldn't even get used to going to sleep at a normal time anymore.
I have to be up for at least another hour, let my body calm down, then let my body get tired. Then I can go to sleep. I come home, get in the shower, look around, I'm still up. It's like the sun is just coming up now. So it's like your body is like, it's time to get up and do something. I've just been up all night. But I like working in the middle of the night. Like I say, when you come home, you go to sleep, you get up, you have time in the day to do whatever you need to do, and you go to work.
Today was like the worst day ever, dude.
Say it again.
I've had worse days. I was about to say today was the worst day ever. I've had plenty of worse days than today. It was pretty bad.
What happened today? Today's supposed to be a good day.
Mm-hmm. Bullshit, more bullshit. You know.
When NASA came out and said they found another planet.
5. I'm gonna go move to 1. Nah, they didn't say that, but I feel like I want to move to a different planet. I wish I could have my own planet and fuck away from everybody and everything.
Then you'd be all by yourself. You'd be a loner.
So, that's fine.
You'd be the cat lady.
I can't disappoint myself.
You could disappoint the cats.
I don't like cats. I'm gonna bring my dog. Me and my dog.
The dog will leave you.
No, she wouldn't. She won't even go lay down. She's right. I'm in the kitchen, and
She'll go try to find a man. She's gonna leave you.
Come on. Hey. She loves me.
Hey, who killed the nightbot?
What'd you say? Hello? Still there? We're still on. We're still live, people. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? You didn't have to be here, but you're here. So glad to have you, family. And I'd like to talk about this flat Earth. I don't know why you believe the Earth is flat. The Earth is round. It's round like a basketball. You can dribble it. You can go around it. You can yeah. So where do y'all get this from? It's flat. That's what I want to know. Like, who came up with this idea? It's a good idea. Glad I jumped on board, but where did it come from? Did y'all ever think about that? Like, who started this? Hmm. But it's all for the very good. What happened, Candy? Where you at? You left me?
No worries, Kenny will be back. I'm streaming for her, but sorry.
Okay, okay. Thank you. I was getting nervous.
No, relax. My coffee is almost ready. I'll be back in 2 minutes. She's trying to rejoin, so it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, like I was saying, I don't know how y'all get to think this Earth is flat, man. This Earth is round. It's been round the whole time, and
It's level. I'm not spinning. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I'll just wait for somebody to say something. He nutted
I
up.
only spin when I'm drunk. My coffee's almost ready.
I was probably waiting for somebody to jump in. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Uh-oh. Check this out. Look at my laptop.
It's on strike? What's going on?
This motherfucker. My fucking dog, man. My laptop, my charger broke. And I have this other charger that fits in it, but it's not big enough to charge my computer. I have a big laptop. And so it only charges if it only works if it's plugged in. And it's in a power surge. And when she was over here, she stepped on the damn button that turns it on and off. So she killed my computer. And now it's trying to repair. Man, it's pissing me off.
Hey Vinny, put some sodium bicarbonate, a little half teaspoon in your coffee. You won't be able to taste it. It'll act as a water softener. It'll balance out the acidicness of the coffee and make it a neutral pH. So it won't make your body acidic. You want your body to be alkaline. So just add a little baking soda, a little pinch of it to your coffee, and then boom, it's all good.
Who are you talking to, Joey?
To Vinny.
Vinny's not even in here.
He's in chat. He's listening.
Oh.
I don't know about adding baking soda and that thing. I ain't gonna say that. Yeah.
No, baking soda is good. Just a half teaspoon, just a little tiny bit. It's good for you actually. It alkalizes your body.
I know. I was making a bad joke that I'm not gonna.
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Ed, I wanted to debate you on the flat Earth thing. You think the Earth is flat?
Hell no, I'm a round earther.
Okay, me too. All right, just
Oh, come on. Oh, there you go.
You didn't hear me asking like how the hell they think this shit is flat? I don't get it.
I'm on the same page as you.
Globe, Todd.
What
I'm on the
school
same
did
page
they
as you.
go to? It be killing me when I hear these arguments. It's flat. How is it flat?
Yep. Okay,
We
so
went to the
we're both
moon 6 times before. We got pictures of this shit. Google them.
You're cracking me up. Now I need beer instead of coffee.
You could actually, Vincent, no need to actually have beer. You could just add some Kahlua and Bailey's to your coffee. And you'll
Joey, you got a tip for everything, huh?
Yeah.
I was about to say that. He a soldier. He a hell of a boy. I can see him behind the bar right now.
I bartended for 12 years in Waikiki.
Well, damn.
You
Yeah.
sound like it. You sound.
Yeah.
I have friends as bartenders. You sound like it.
Yeah.
It's just like they have a certain tone, like it's just cool and like they just talk.
What the fuck, man? It's still at 58%. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Hey, I'm glad to know I got another Glober in here to have my back. So that's good.
Wait,
No,
Wait,
I'm sorry.
you don't know who he is? And Joe, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Since when are you a Glover?
No, me and Ed tonight.
No, I'm a flat earther. I was just bullshit. I know. I thought you was playing too.
No, man, I'm over here trying to debate that the globe is.
Joey is not a fucking Glover.
You know what though? It's funny, Candy. I a couple times I went on other people's Hangouts and I was just joking around. I'm like, hey, I think the Earth's a globe, and they're like, what makes you think it's a globe? Well, ships sailing over horizon, and then it's so funny, man. They're like, you're not a Glober.
Yeah, I'm so sick of hearing people say that. Like,
Yeah.
I can give good globe arguments, but I feel stupid saying it now. So
Hey,
it's
can I
like,
debate? Hey, you know what's funny?
oh, because you know it's fucking false. You know you're lying. You know you're sounding crazy to everybody who knows you.
now I can manipulate people into. I can because I know what I know, but I feel stupid doing it.
It's
And
like
they believe me, but I just feel stupid doing it because I know it's not.
We can argue the Glober better than the Globers can. You know that, right?
Yeah, because we know the math on it and shit.
These people don't know a damn thing about their own belief. And that's what kills me. Well, there's a lot of things to do, but that. So, Joey, did you see the video that's going on now? Going around, Mark Sargent posted it, Globebusters posted it, Deep Inside a lot of people posted it today. I'm going to show it when my computer comes back on.
No, tell me which one. I was out for Mother's Day all day, so I just got home.
I'm going to show it in a minute. I'm gonna run and go pee. I'll be right back. While my computer's trying to boot up.
Her dog will tackle that motherfucking computer.
Every light in my house is on. What the hell? Looks like I own the electricity company around here.
Ken, do you want to give a teaser or a hint to what the video's about?
Oh, hold on. I'm not even in there. Hold on just a minute. It's about NASA.
And I don't like how these flat earthers is disrespecting my country. NASA is the greatest organization that ever was created.
Hey, you better shut up.
You need to respect my country. America is the greatest country in the universe.
That's true. We agree on a lot.
God bless America.
God bless. Hey, how else would you have satellite TV? Come on.
Think of it, satellite TV. If a satellite wasn't there, you wouldn't fucking be watching TV. Damn, think about it.
Yep.
GPS. If it wasn't the globe, you wouldn't have GPS.
Yeah, and if it was flat, then somebody smart like Stephen Hawking would have probably figured it out already.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He would have told us out of his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna take that back. I'll take that back. That wasn't nice.
That was well deserved, I think.
You just be standing there just looking. Me sitting there just looking. I'm like, oh no, I can't do it.
Hey, Larry and Dem, why don't you guys join, man? Ed, how'd you find out about the flat Earth? They kind of was like a, the blazing torch that led you there, led you here.
YouTube. I didn't know nothing about flat Earth. About YouTube, probably like I would say a year and a half ago. What led me to believe otherwise was just I used to always watch science shit, and they kept changing things. And when Neil deGrasse Tyson said that it was a pear shape, my mind just started racing. When I started watching YouTube, and I never understood the moon landings for what they said it was. So when YouTube came along for me, it was a big eye opener. And I just went back to science, and all that shit didn't make sense. And as I see it now, it's easier to give out information. I can go to a website and find out certain equations that I need to know to come up what I come up with. And it's just mind-boggling how we never went. And they'll tell you in so many ways we never went. And it just only thing I can think of is at that time the population was just getting out of war. We wanted something to unify everybody, and going to the moon was a good idea to do it. The technology at the time was very poor, so to have the know-how on computers, and they didn't have that then. And think about it, most of them they kind of like dying off now. So it's us looking back at what they saw and saying, "Wait a minute, this don't look right." So I can't give you the real thing that made me turn into a flat earther, because before flat Earth, I was dealing with concave because it was a ball. But I can't even remember the first people I used to watch. It's easy to say probably Eric Dubay or somebody like that, but I don't remember his voice until like a year ago. So it was other things that brought me onto flat Earth, but the exact model was Eric Dubay.
You said that we were just getting out of a war. That's why we went to the moon. Which war?
World War II was ending. We was in Korea at the time. There was a lot going on. It was in the Laos, all those areas. And
So the war you're talking about is the Korean War that we just got out of. That's why we went to the moon.
it was around that time, yeah, 69.
And plus, we had
Early
this
70s.
alleged issue with Russia in putting up Sputnik, the Iron Curtain. But even besides that, I think that finally, because now that we know as a flat earther, we know it's not just the United States; it's a conglomerate of all the nations together joining in on this.
The Korean War was not in the 1960s.
It was the end of the 60s, beginning of the 70s.
No, it was the beginning of the 50s.
It was the Cold War that we were in when we went to the moon.
It was
Yeah,
the conflict
and the reason why
Vietnam, but my dad got out in 72, and that's when they called it the Vietnam War. In the beginning,
right,
it was
the Vietnam
more.
War is
They
not
were
the
just
Korean War. I was specifically asking you. You said we just got out of war. That's why we went to the moon. I was wondering which war you were talking about, because it wasn't a substantial war when we went to the moon.
I'm saying, like, after World War II, and we were in war, people wanted peacetime, and that was the thing that would bring people together.
and plus it was like you said, it was brought everybody together. It formed patriotism, United States. But also, now that we know as a flat earther, there was like people before us that were trailblazers that were fighting for this and fighting for this. It's not just nowadays, but
Yeah.
when that happened, that was the final nail in the coffin for all the flat earthers, because it made us all look silly for all of our claims, because boom, they had camera video proof of us going to the moon with a shot of the Earth in the backdrop. And so that was the real reason for it. But all of us moon truthers, we didn't know it. We didn't know that we didn't know what they were covering up. But now that we're flat earthers, we know, oh, that's what they were setting it up. They were making it to where, oh, look, we went to the moon, and by the way, here's a picture of Earth. And that's when it
Yeah.
stopped. And then it just started up again, the resurgence in like 2011, 2012, 2013. And then now in 2017, we got millions and millions of people.
Mm-hmm. And most people know it or feel it. They just won't say it. And I'm not mad at them, you know. It's just when it gets to a certain point where you're part of the problem. You're helping it because you're not saying nothing. You don't have to say nothing. Just bring attention to something, or just bring attention to something. Don't just sit back and watch other people do something you can do and you're just not willing to do.
Or if you can't do it, go to their pages and donate to the people that you really appreciate so they can continue doing it. You know, there's all kinds of ways we can help.
And I just started donating, there are people that I'm not sure I donated to that I want to donate to, but for me, it's nothing to give a couple dollars here and there. I understand the time it takes, and if you really want to do this on a certain level, the things that I talk about, it's not about funding to do none of that. So to help somebody get a new telescope or a camera or a new program to help this or that, that's nothing for them to add on to what we're doing. So yeah, go out and you feel strongly about it, find somebody that you like and donate to them.
Agreed. Anything helps. Wearing a t-shirt,
Yes.
posting on your page, commenting on other people's pages, whatever it is, being lighthearted about it and just talking about it, bringing it up every day in everyday life. That's what I try to do.
What the hell would I do without Vincent? Seriously.
I don't know.
Like, I've been saying this since the day I started streaming. Vinny came on my very first stream in my chat, and I've said this every single stream since. Actually, I feel like I've been neglecting him lately. I haven't been saying it. I would not know what I would do without Vincent P. Oh my God. He just saved this stream. If he didn't log in, like I told you, I didn't want to bother him because I figured he didn't want to mess with this. That's why I didn't add him. I always add him. He's always the first person I add to every single stream I ever do. I did not add him this time because I didn't want to bother him. And if he didn't jump in with my name on the laptop or computer, the stream would have died because of my computer not going off like that.
Yay, Vinny. That's called Flat Earth Unity.
Vinny is the bestest of the bestest.
That's why I wanted to put baking soda in his coffee so he can remain healthy.
So you could kill him? You could kill my husband? What the hell? I'm just kidding.
How about let's me and you be the Globers and critique their arguments.
Oh, like role play?
Yeah.
That's always fun. That's actually a good idea that flat earthers should do on a regular basis is role play with each other and get over the questions and repeat them. It's actually good because in your everyday conversations you want to be fluent with it.
So prove we're not on the ball.
Usually what I ask when nobody really says it that way, but if somebody were to say prove we're not on a ball, and it's kind of hard. You gotta you really gotta take them back a little bit. You can't just start throwing out proofs because you gotta see where they're at on their research.
No. We're the Globers. We not. Prove we're not on the ball.
Yeah, I don't actually even deal with people who do it like that. Usually what I do nowadays.
That's how we're gonna do it. Prove we're not on the ball.
Okay, prove we're not on a ball. Okay, then here's how I'll do it. Here's how I'll prove that we're not on a ball.
No. It's me and you against Candy and whoever else.
Okay, and what are we doing? We're proving that
we're
flat.
globe earthers, and they're flat earthers.
Oh, I don't know if I want to be a globe earther. Candy, you can be a globe earther.
Y'all ain't making me look like something.
Very definition of an educated man who can to entertain an idea without accepting it.
Yeah, I mean it's fun. Just it's
you're saying, but
you just don't want to be part of it.
That was a critique on you because you were saying you didn't want to.
Yeah, like Ed.
Hey, we got a Glober in the chat. Come in here.
Yeah, I like
Paul,
real
you
ones.
want to join? It's on Twitter. Hang on.
Yeah, let's do a real life one.
He said you had to do a real life one.
Yeah.
He said he won't even role play it. Hang on, I'll send you the link in just a second.
He was cool with it until I realized I want you to be on my side and we're Glovers.
That's right.
What did I miss?
You know, my favorite thought experiment to tell people is when you're bringing up the motionlessness and the flatness of the Earth, is to give them a scenario where they're hovering in a helicopter above your head for a couple hours. I live in Hawaii, you know, so by proxy you could just stay up, hover for a few hours, and by proxy land in Japan because the Earth is spinning, you know, X amount of miles per hour under your feet. So that's usually where I get started with the motionlessness. I usually don't start with the flat, and then
So
I go to
you
the
start
I
with
go to
the
the flat.
ignorance of Newtonian physics.
Yeah, and that's my favorite one. And then, you know, I already know the arguments they're going to put out, like, well, you know, perpetual motion, you wouldn't feel it. And they give the example if you're inside of a
That's
plane
not
or a
perpetual
train.
motion.
No, I know, but they're going to give you something like that where, you know, the
Well, except they
example.
wouldn't say that because that's not perpetual motion.
What's perpetual motion?
Perpetual motion is a machine that can't exist. A machine that powers itself and increases in energy.
Yeah, but what they're
Puts out more
talking, what they're
perpetual
talking
motion
about,
machines are machines that put out more energy than they take in.
yeah, but I think what they're referring to is, like, you know, if you're in a
They're
plane,
not. That's you're talking about. You're talking about I can't even think what it is now. But they wouldn't call it perpetual motion because it's not perpetual motion. It's inertia.
Yeah, and then either way, the analogy they give is if you're inside of an airplane or inside of a train, would you be able to feel it? And regardless of their argument, it doesn't really make sense because we don't live inside of Earth, right? We're not claiming that it's a hollow Earth. We say we live on top of Earth, on the surface. So you'd have to give the scenario of somebody on top of an airplane or on top of a train. Then it would be a fair analysis, and then get blown off of it. So it's, you know what I mean? Like this.
Yeah,
That
because
analogy
of
they
the
give.
relative airspeed.
Mhm.
But if you,
know
but
the
if it wasn't
best
for that
argument-
airspeed, that wouldn't
the best-
work. And on
the
Earth,
best
since
argument
the
I
Earth's
had-
atmosphere rotates with the planet, you wouldn't have that airspeed. So inertia would still apply.
The best response I ever heard from that was they used the analogy of a car that we're in the car as in on Earth, like you're sitting in the car and Earth is the car. And when you're in the car, the roof is the atmosphere, and that's why you move with the same motion. And when they said that, I was like, that was a good one. He came up with a good one, that one right there. But it was something he added to it, it just destroyed it. But that whole thing, like, you got to watch out for that one. They will say, well, being in the car is you on Earth in the atmosphere. And since you're in the Earth in the car, which is on Earth in the atmosphere, since you're sitting on the seat is the Earth, and you're moving all at the same rate. And I thought, like, oh, okay, that was a good one. But I can't think of what he put with it that made it sound dumb. But just that alone, they're going to push that one right there. You understand what I'm saying when I say that?
Oh yeah, I heard that a lot. Those types of arguments.
And it's a good one, though. I like that. They thought it. They thought they was thinking when they said that, but it don't work that way. Because I remember saying something like, well, when you turn the air conditioning on in the car, well, that would be resistance then, because you're trying to say there would be no resistance, but wind is resistance. So it will have to be some type of movement once you're in the air after spinning. But they're thinking they're coming up with good things now.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to, you know, phase one is they're trying adamantly to try and debunk it. And that's the first step of becoming a flat earther. I mean, everyone tries to debunk it in the beginning because you got to see if it's legit or not. So they're, you know, obviously there's more flat earthers every single day. You know, we're growing by the hundreds each day or maybe even more. So that's just the process that has to go. You have to go down that road. You got to say, no way, it sounds ridiculous. The main reason for me it sounded ridiculous is because I thought flat earth theory when I first started looking at it was that they were saying that the earth is flat and it's in space. And I was thinking, what? That doesn't make sense. But then when I realized we're the foundation and everything's above us, started to make a lot more sense. And then I was starting to realize, like, oh yeah, I've been to planetariums before. A planetarium's a flat seating surface with a domed roof, and that's the only way artificially you can see what we're able to see in the celestial bodies above our head in an artificial way. And you know, it's a flat seating surface with a domed roof.
Like a petri dish?
I guess so, but it would, you know, like, have you ever been to a planetarium before? Like the seating planetariums where they show you the processions of the equinox and all that stuff?
I know.
You can just YouTube it. Yeah, it's just like a domed room that you're in, and that's what started making my mind think. Wait a minute, there's something to this.
Like the round greenhouse gardens.
Yeah. And I think that anybody that you're talking to about flat Earth, anyways, which is a high on the level, I usually start off with, like, you know, vaccines or something like that. But I think you always have to at least address one of the first parts is the moon landing, because if they believe we went to the moon, it's going to be a hard sell.
If I moon landing is the only thing that got me to flat Earth. That's it.
Yeah.
Because if you can't prove we've been in the moon to take the picture, I just couldn't believe nothing else.
Yeah, you got to get the moon landing, and then you got to debunk the satellites, and then the guard's down.
But I still believe in a lot of ball earth shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Like what?
Big Bang.
That's proven.
Makes a lot of sense.
That's proven. That's why.
I just can't get past it.
The weatherman doesn't know what next week's weather is going to be like, but he knows what happened 7.5 billion years ago.
You're right, and I'm still there. I can't get past it.
Hook, line, and sinker. I used to too.
But that gives me ground to argue the math or the science, because I'm still holding that. That's the only thing that I can really like argue with them so good, because it's a lot of that stuff I still hold is what it is. So if I let that go, I don't know how to argue, because I always say everything is fake and everything is this.
Mm-hmm. I just bust my kneecap on the leg of the table. Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Candy, where's this video?
I was talking and I thought I was trying to say something, but I was muted, of course, because I always forget about the mute button. I forget what I was going to say, though. Oh, my God. Oh, you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
I do, too.
Is that what I heard you say?
Big Bang Theory.
Oh, my God.
I believe in
Stephen Hawking.
I believe in a bit of the out of Africa theory. I don't believe in Pangea. I don't believe that.
Just take everything science says and put a 180-degree spin on it. That's usually the truth. Evolved, created, flat, round. Oil is finite, it's infinite. You know, I mean, just go down the whole list. We've been to the moon. No, we haven't.
Well, oil, I believe oil is just pressure. Oil is just liquids pressurized that's out of rock that goes to the surface that's filled with minerals that we can use for different things. It just doesn't make no sense how they can think of the oil. I understand the properties it has. It has a lot of like grass-like or plant-like properties in it, but
it's abiotic. It's the second most abundant mineral on Earth, second to water, and it regenerates itself continually. So we got tons of that stuff. So just take everything they say and throw 180 degrees on it. Just they say it's the opposite.
I believe it's coming from the Earth, and when it gets to a certain point, the rocks get so hard it squeezes it out and pushes it back up, just like most anything. Like geysers is so hot, pressure, it pushes the water back up, and it's just continuous.
Yeah. Are you a Dome subscriber?
I believe the dome is the atmosphere.
Okay, cool. But is it a solid is it a solid dome, or is it a?
No.
Okay. So does that mean if there's no dome, do you think space is infinite? Because that's my main argument that I give to people to throw it out there in the very beginning when we're, you know, amongst flat earthers, when we're debating dome or no dome. I always like to start there. Like, okay, so if there's no dome, doesn't that mean that space is infinite?
No,
Kinda
it
does.
doesn't mean the space is infinite, but
But it seems like it would, because eventually there'd have to be some type of boundary, right? And if there's no boundary, that means infinite dome.
this is where me and science. It's so far I believe that movement and where something starts until it gets to that point, there's nothing there. So I do believe we're moving. I don't believe we're spinning. I do believe that there are get to a point where the thing is gonna have to stop. Or if it keeps going, I do believe it gets to a point where things stretch out. I do believe it gets to a point where we don't have the type of force to keep us together going to certain speeds. Where that in me varies is black holes, because I don't believe in black holes. Um, it's never been, if you can't see one, so how can you say it's a black hole somewhere? Nowadays, I try to leave a lot of that behind and stay to just what I like to talk about, and because I get confused after a while, just like now.
Yep. Hey, Candy, I thought you had a video you're gonna show something that went
Listen
viral
here, I'm
today.
trying to get my computer is just I'm getting so aggravated over here. Like, I'm trying to be quiet. I was about to mute my microphone and start yelling. Working on it, promise. I accidentally I'm getting there. My computer only opens certain things. It's
What
and
is the
only if
video?
I go it's only if I go through certain loopholes to get it. Like I realized why I can only use Gmail and internet's turned off. And some reason, like I just don't know why I'm still able to do certain things, but only at certain times. And like sometimes it'll just kill on me. It's weird. Like if I page, it'll say AT&T bullshit about pay your bill. And then, if I click on my home page and go to like it's set up to my Gmail and stuff, it'll allow me to go to all of the apps that are connected to Gmail through the app, but it won't allow me to do it through like the browser window, like the URL. If I type in a URL or something, it won't work that way. It's weird. I don't know why it's letting me do certain things, and I don't know how long it's gonna last, but my thing's
Bummer.
just spinning right.
So tell me, what is the video about then?
Oh, it's about NASA and more lies. Lies, lies, lies. God, if you dudes don't stop sending messages, I gotta leave this group in a second. Oh my God, I hate that. That panel that I was on before, I saw Jay Dreamers was live, and I said I gotta go, y'all. And then right after that, Vincent went live, and I was like, okay, I was listening to Jay talk, and I was watching Vinny draw whatever he was doing, because he never said what he made. And then after starting to hang out, because I can't sleep. What's the date today? The 13th? Okay, so
Today's the 14th, yeah?
The 15 now.
okay,
I'm in
so
LA.
14th.
It's
Not over
already
here.
12 something.
Not over here. Okay, just different time zone, that's why.
Where you at? I'm in Los Angeles.
I'm in Hawaii, so you guys are 3 hours ahead of us.
9:30 in the morning. And still drunk from yesterday. Oh yeah, man. You know the whole city is on fire here.
What?
Yeah.
He's literally on fire, and he's sitting here on a hangout with us.
We had a
It's
Oh,
literally
man.
on fire, y'all. He's looking at flames outside. He's here on a hangout with us.
Yeah, all night, only fireworks, a party, everybody drunk outside, everybody running party. It's crazy here, man. Everybody's free today?
Yes.
Did we sleep today?
No, he
Vinny,
said,
what
is
were you
everybody,
making?
he said, is everybody drunk? I said, yes.
Yes.
All drunk.
And sorry about that.
Sound like me now. I was watching Rory's video, sorry. I'm trying to get back to the freaking watch page all this time so I can open my chat and then I can open the damn video. That's how I don't have patience for electronics when they don't work right. So yeah, this is really frustrating to me. Okay. My own stream. God. Nope, that's not it. What is going on, y'all? It says I'm there, but I don't have chat. Something weird. Maybe it's all still loading.
Thought you said it was a Glover that was in the chat that wanted to come in.
Oh, he said something about
He don't have a mic.
dude, you don't have a
said,
phone? You don't have a cell phone? A cell phone. That's a cop-out. That's why I told him you must be scared we're gonna prove your ball wrong. Oh, your ball. Aw.
I'm not letting go of my balls. Don't worry about it. You should let go of yours. So come on down.
Vincent, if you don't fucking get off of there and turn your camera on, I don't want to look at two of me, God.
When my camera is off, do I have a picture on there, or is it just like the a blue or green screen?
It's you.
No, I'm saying, like, if I turn my picture, if I turn my screen off, what do y'all see?
A sniper.
It's black. It's blue.
How do y'all put a picture up? I want a picture of mine ain't on.
You have to go to your Google or your Google Plus or your YouTube. You can do it from either one, and little circle that has a little blue guy on it, and you can add. It'll let you edit it.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
Go to the Google Hangout.
No, to your.
No. Go ahead, tell him. You gotta go to your Google Plus or your YouTube page. Like if you go to your YouTube homepage where it's your stuff, you can click on the little circle with your picture, and it'll open. It'll say edit, add, whatever, or you can take a picture right then. It doesn't matter. It'll give you all them options.
I got that. It's my little picture of me in my head at work.
Oh, that's weird. I can't believe this thing's still not open. But
What if I go to Google Plus?
let's try it there.
I see Ed. I think everybody else sees Ed.
No, he wants us to see a picture when he turns the camera off.
Oh, I see.
Little blue thing. Seriously. My page
Okay,
still
yeah.
won't.
Okay, here you. I see it.
So lagging. I'm gonna turn my camera off in a minute because it's like not in a minute now until I have to present my screen. Oh my god. Okay, maybe that'll help. Yay! The sound effects because I needed to just play some crickets. What y'all doing? Everybody fall asleep?
No, I'm trying to figure out which picture I'm gonna put for the thing. I don't have a lot on this phone.
I'm still trying to get used to like being in chat rooms. A lot of people know who I am, so they call me Candy. But when somebody calls me I Spy, I don't even realize they're talking to me. Not vodka. I wish it was though. At this point, I almost got drunk today because I was so mad and pissed off, and aggravated, and sad and upset, and all that good stuff, you know. One of those days. Don't let it get to me.
I think I just changed my picture on YouTube. No, I didn't.
Someone in the chat said, "I'll go drink a bunch of tap water and get some vaccines, and I'll come back tomorrow as a Glover." That's funny. Okay, I almost have the chat up. It's spinning, and I can. Then I'll have to do nothing else.
I'm gonna turn into a ball earther in a minute.
You're almost there. You believe all that other crazy shit.
Y'all believe that crazy shit about flat Earth. So what's the difference? Infinite plane. No, it's not an infinite plane. It's holographic. No, it's not holographic. It's concave. No, it's not concave. Yeah, we don't know what it is. It's a ball. God damn it.
Wait, you really believe it's a ball?
I know it hurts,
No,
y'all.
what do you believe?
It's a ball. If you can't prove it's not,
What do you believe those
it's a ball.
About oh wait, so you think just the atmosphere is the dome? Like you think like what do you think, like it's different pressures, or like how do you think of it?
Magnetic.
I don't know what that means. I said how do you think of it? I don't know what that means.
If there's no vast solid dome, then space would be infinite. I'm pretty sure. Don't you think so, Ed? That if there was no solid dome, then wouldn't that basically mean space is infinite? Kind of confirming what NASA says. I mean, there has to be some kind of boundary.
if you want to put it to a scale point, you can say it's infinite. We'll never get to that point because it's moving so fast. But
and then hypothetically, if you did get to a point that was a barrier, that would be some type of enclosement. So at some point, closer or far, either space is infinite or there's some type of enclosure.
yes, because how it's said that space itself is expanding, but the farther you go, the faster you is. So since we're so far back, it's moving so far. The farther it's so in front of us, then since it's so in front of us, it's moving so fast, we'll never get to that point. But if we was to that point, we'll be in the beginning and we will see the beginning of space. And that's what science is.
Mm-hmm. But in your mind, just looking at it hypothetically, the way you kind of picture it, would you think that space, in the way that you see it, is it infinite, or is there something that's encapsulating us?
In my mind, it's getting bigger and bigger as moments go by. It's
okay,
just,
but as it's getting bigger, is there something that even though we can't reach it, is there some type of solid expanse? Is what I'm trying to get at. Because if it's getting bigger, it's got to have some type of end. Otherwise, it was just always everything, right? So there's either got to be some type of expanse that's getting further and growing further, or if it's already infinite, how could it be growing? It's already infinitesimally large beyond any grasp of our human imagination. So it seems to me that there's either got to be a dome, something solid, vast, or nothing out there.
they try to explain ether as something that's in nothing to make things just to say a medium. And that's what I believe. But I believe in ether, so I don't know.
Yeah,
It gets to the point where I can't explain it. I can think it. I'm thinking it right now in my mind, but I can't explain it.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna make me think on it hard enough to give a good explanation to it.
No, it's just what I like to ask everybody whenever I'm talking with another flat earther about the dome or no dome. Instead of going into the proofs like rainbows and thunder and all kinds of stuff like that, I just like to basically pose that question. If there was no dome, if, which a lot of people say there aren't, and a lot of people say there are, but if there was no dome, to me that means, okay, then space is infinite. I know it's an either or, which is a tough one, but if there is no dome, space is infinite.
I say we say dome because of how we see it, how it's when you're outside, especially after it rains, it's a nice sunny day. You see a curve in the sky with the clouds. You see like a shine through. You see things that give you that glass like get you perception. So for me, that's why I see them saying a glass dome. But to be a solid, I just can't fathom that. Can't do it.
Don on the panel is saying rainbows are proof for the dome. How does that work? And then Don is also saying thunder is proof for the dome, implying how does that work? Good questions, Don. Rainbows can be used as proof for the dome because indoors you cannot reproduce a rainbow without the use of a mirror or a prism. So outdoors you're able to produce a rainbow, and you don't need a mirror or a prism. So there must be some type of mirror or prism effect that's happening, and we speculate that the dome is made out of some type of glass. I say it's blue obsidian formed from rapidly cooling lava at the extremities of the Antarctic. But so rainbows are one what we like to use as a proof. Thunder is another one, because if you look into thunder and you do research on it, turns out that with instant with photography, HD photography that does extremely fast motion pictures, they're able to capture lightning doesn't actually come from the sky down. It's originating from Earth going upwards.
Mhm.
And if you ever notice, when you see lightning, you'll hear thunder 20, 30 seconds later, that reverberation, that roar, and it's coming down in a localized area. And you're never going to see potholes. You're never going to see anything like that on the ground. So what it's doing is going up and it's hitting something and reverberating back. So there's Don. That's a thunder proof right there.
Now, science-wise, they will say that's lightning going so fast that it will create that sound, kind of like breaking the sound barrier.
Yeah, like a whip.
And then they'll say for the rainbow, which I hold as, because you can see it in water, when light goes through water, it goes through a curve. That's the quickest way that light can travel through water. So
Yeah, but you can't make a
I
rainbow
you
indoors.
need to double reflection. I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
Mhm.
But I'm saying
Outdoors you
this is what I'm
can.
just saying what science would say. But
Mhm.
like when you look at a fish in water, it will look like it's to the left or to the right of you, depending on the angle of where you're looking at the fish and the light hitting where the fish is at. In all actuality, the fish is right under you. But as soon as you put your hand in the water, automatically your mind will put your hand to where it looks like the fish is at, and the fish is not right there. So there's a couple of ways they trick your mind into believing certain things, and certain things they put as fact, they'll put a reach to it. And a lot of times I find the reach that they put to it and I try to stay away from it. But a lot of times I have to give, what I consider is fact and where it can be shown. Like I just said about the fish looking into the water.
Yeah, well, Don in chat saying rainbows can be made in your garden with a hose in the sun. That's absolutely true, Don. And what I'm trying to say to you is that can be produced in your garden with a hose in the
Outside.
sun. You can have a rainbow, but try and do the same thing indoors. You can't do it, and so that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, you're right. You can do it outdoors without a prism, but indoors you cannot. So there must be some type of glass or prism that is encompassing our Earth, that's creating that rainbow that we're able to see.
And when we say indoors, not by your window, not by your
Of
door.
course, it would be indoors with your own light, not using a mirror or a prism. And so it's showing that it's not the water droplet itself, the roundness of it, or the water drop is not creating a prism that's making you see this rainbow. It's actually, you actually have to have a prism or a mirror. And obsidian, which is made from lava, is when it's rapidly cooled, is blue. It's a glass. It's dielectric, and following Passion's law and looking into the Bible and other ancient texts that speak of the dome being made of lava, it makes a lot of sense, because when you know that lava is cooled rapidly, its original, what they use is glass and mirrors. So I speculate that it's reverberating off of this solid vast dome made by the lava, and is reverberating back in the form of lightning and this sound of in the form of the sound that we hear called thunder. That's why it reverberates back like 20, 30 seconds later. It would be instantaneous almost if it was a whip coming straight down, and there'd be potholes everywhere. Don says, indoors you can probably make it, I'm not sure. You actually can't. If you made it humid inside and use the spotlight. No, even if you made it humid inside. So there you go, Don. Look into that. That'll be your first clue, since you're saying that you think it probably can, but since I'm telling you it can't, find out if what I'm saying is true.
You need a double reflection. And
yes,
I can't,
see.
you
And
can't
so
do that.
there's one
I
look
mean,
into
if
it.
you look this up online real quick, you can find pictures of rainbows created by bottles of water.
Bottles of water?
Yes.
Sure, glass. But what I'm saying is
No,
without
water bottles, as in plastic bottles, not glass.
plastic bottles are able to.
Yes, and you could
give
also
some kind of
you could also create prism shapes out of plastic and fill them with water and get rainbows.
We're talking about like the mist in the air rainbows, not in the glass. Like,
Right, but his position is that water doesn't make rainbows. You have to have a prism or a mirror. But I'm pointing out the fact that you can do that with a water bottle and plastic. I don't think that he thinks plastic is a prism, does he?
Well, it's probably, I don't know, I haven't looked into that. I'm just going to trust that that's
Why
true. It
not? I
sounds
mean,
right.
it seems
well,
like
you try right now.
I mean,
You try right
that's
now.
kind of shocked that you haven't looked into that, considering the fact that
okay.
it would be the first thing that you'd look into if you wanted to critically look at what you're saying. I mean,
Sure. But if you're so all I'm saying is that I'll just go with that. It sounds correct to me. So what it sounds like it's doing is that the water inside of the plastic container is creating some type of mirror or prism, right? So what is out there that's naturally organic in our environment that's creating that same phenomenon that the water bottle, plastic water bottle full of water is doing? There's something,
I mean,
whatever it is,
just,
whatever it is.
It's just, I mean, this undercuts your claim, right? That you need, that rainbows are a good argument, because if you have water droplets outside, they can create the same effect as with a water bottle, unless you have some argument to say that.
No, they can't, unless you can demonstrate that. You're assuming that they can, but yet if somebody goes indoors without a plastic
have a bottle of water, it shows a prism. Why not water droplets? Why? I mean,
because water droplets don't. That's why. Because if you take water droplets indoors without a plastic water bottle, you're not going to get that effect. So you're saying hypothetically, could they?
I think you probably could.
But that's a probably. So far, it hasn't been demonstrated.
It does.
Okay, well, what has been demonstrated is that you can get a prism with water.
It does. It does. It's very faint, but I see the colors and I see the outlines. It does. I'm waiting.
So.
I have a mirror that you can fold in. I put it right between, put it in the two, and you can see it reflect. You can see the prism.
How are you creating that prism?
I have a fold-in mirror. You know, I can fold like a door. I put the fold in towards each other.
The mirror.
I put it in the middle, and I shine the light, and you can see it bounce off of each other.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is without using a prism, is what I'm saying.
I'm just saying how you said with the water bottle. You can't.
Yeah, and then the other proof is the lightning. You know, if you start looking more into lightning, you'll find out it doesn't come from the clouds or down.
I know it comes from the bottom up. I know that.
Yeah, it comes from the bottom up. And then if there was no solid expanse, then what would be keeping it from just going into infinite space? But yet we hear this reverberation back as a delayed roar that we call thunder. That's another one that I like to point at as a proof for the dome. Sundogs is not as strong of an argument, but I think that leans a lot of evidence towards the dome.
I mean, the problem with the lightning argument is that there are slow motion images of lightning traveling from the ground up. That's an occurrence that happens. There's also slow motion imaging of the opposite, of lightning coming down from the sky.
No, those are leaders, though. It's confused with, see, lightning always is going to, electric energy is always going to travel from a grounding spot. So for example, whenever you're in your house and you're rubbing your shoes on the carpet and you touch the metal doorknob, every single time, never any time, there's never an exception, it's always the lightning coming from you, touching the metal doorknob, and then you're feeling that zap. It's just a reverberation back from it hitting the doorknob in your close proximity of your finger to the door. So it's always originating from the earth. There's just leaders that come down that are basically these trails that the lightning itself goes up. And it looks like a tree as it branches out.
According to what?
According to the research that I've been doing on lightning, shows that leaders, these things that they call leaders and sprites, they're actually coming down. They're like an invisible trail that comes down. And then what we call lightning, the light that we see going, what we thought was down, is actually sending it a trail for it to go up in that direction.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think that's the case. I mean, I've looked into it too, because this is something that I found to be kind of curious, the possibility that all lightning comes from the ground up. And my research shows something quite different, the fact that it does both.
Well,
I'm not sure why it'd be an argument for flat Earth anyways, if it was exclusively from the ground to the sky. I'm still not following.
Well, if it was both, let's just say there was a thunderstorm and it was both. Sometimes the thunder would be instantaneous, and sometimes the thunder would take a while for the delayed roar, right? And regardless, the ones that are going upwards and that are creating the roar, how are those creating a roar? A delayed roar. So the question,
the delayed roar always seems to be exclusively tied to how far the lightning is, always.
Of course, because sound, as we know,
so why is that a problem?
Infinitely.
I don't see why this is a problem for a globe Earth.
the lightning striking, well, where's the sound coming from for the ones that are going upwards?
Displaced air.
How's it? No, sound travels one direction. How's it coming back down and
What do you mean?
You know, like
sound travels one direction. What does that mean?
Sound travels in all directions.
what's stopping it from traveling back down to Earth?
What
If
do you
it's
mean
going
traveling
up,
back down to Earth? It's not.
if
The
it's
sound
if it's
isn't coming
going
from the sky and coming down. The sound is
if
coming
it's
from the lightning bolt, right? The length
Yes.
of the lightning bolt outward.
well, the sound that we're hearing, we don't see. We don't hear the lightning until after we see the. We don't hear the thunder until after we see the lightning.
Right,
And it's,
because we're too far away and light travels
Mhm.
faster than sound.
Yeah, sure. And so what I'm saying is that if it's going upwards some of the times, like how you're saying sometimes it does, then let's just take those times that it is going up. As it's going up, why are we hearing a delayed roar? The same as where we're hearing whenever the lightning is striking
Why
down.
wouldn't you? Again, if you're a mile away and the lightning hits you almost instantaneously, the sound takes time to travel to you.
It wouldn't
then
take
it would
20
be
to 30
delayed.
seconds.
This is
It wouldn't take 20 to 30 seconds.
It would
It-
take
it
20 to
wouldn't.
30 seconds depending on how far it is.
No, I don't think so.
How
I think
loud
that
it is,
even
it'll make the
What do you mean
distance.
you don't think
and it'll
so?
just
It
be that
takes.
delay.
Well, I
And when
mean,
you-
this is
when you
really
hear-
easy. This is really easy, Aaron.
You can put this to like
does
when you
sound
in a
travel
car.
faster than light or the same speed is light or slower than light?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sound, it travels slower, faster, or the same speed as light?
Does sound travel faster than light?
Faster? Does sound travel faster than light, slower than light, or at the same speed as light?
Sound travels slower than light.
Right. So it would the time that it would take the sound to get to you would vary depending on how
Yeah,
far
sure.
you are away from the lightning. I don't see the issue.
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is the lightning that's striking upwards, what is making it eventually that we hear this delayed roar 20 or 30 seconds later? What is it?
Distance from the
It's
lightning.
got to be hitting something.
No, it doesn't. It's
You know, when
displaced
that's-
air.
when that's trying to-
Superheated, displaced air.
What makes you think it's superheated displaced air?
The lightning shooting
The
up.
fact that lightning has a lot of energy and it's traveling through the gas of our atmosphere, and
Okay,
that
let me-
heating up will be displaced and more air will rush in to replace it.
And then let me throw this at you. Just like being a flat earther, it's always good to do mental thought experiments. It's just fun to entertain an idea, right? So let's just say that we're under the
Wait,
understanding that there was a dome. If the lightning
IBS
does,
is calling me. Hold on, Joey, hold on. IBS, I can't. It says you're calling me on Hangouts, but I can't answer it because I'm in a call on Hangouts. I'm gonna join this one, and I don't know why. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but
no problem. So
I got a notification. Hangouts, but
You seem to be under the idea that lightning acts as a whip, and once the end of the lightning hits a target, that's what's causing the sound. But there's no
Yeah, it's
reason
either
to
hitting the
abide
earth,
by that
it's either hurting
assumption.
the earth and
That seems
making
like a
that
bad
sound.
assumption. Additionally, that would make you conclude that if lightning occurred right next to you, it would still be delayed because the sound
Yes,
has
it
to come
would.
down from the dome.
Yes, it
But
would.
we don't see that.
that is what we see, and that's why it makes
No,
me kind
it's
of
not.
point to that. But okay, so
No,
let's just
when the lightning is going up, it's starting making the sound. Just because
No.
it hits, let's say it hits the dome, that doesn't makes the sound begins. The sound begins when it goes through the air. That would give it the boom.
no, that's the crack.
That's
You're
my
hearing the
side.
crack.
That's what I'm
The
saying.
boom is the thunder.
Yes, but that's after the lightning is going through the air. The lightning comes first.
Yeah, I agree.
So when the lightning goes through the air, the lightning going through the air what makes the sound. Not the lightning going through the air hitting the dome, making the doom. No,
Yeah, but that
we're
roaring
saying
noise. That roaring
saying-
noise
we're
comes from
saying the
above our head.
lightning. We're saying the noise is the lightning going through the air.
Mhm.
That makes the noise. And the farther
Okay.
you are from the lightning, the longer it takes the sound to get to you.
Okay. But so in my theory, what I'm trying to say is that I think that what it's doing is it's going upwards, it's hitting a dome, and then it's taking time localized in your area to reverberate back to you.
dude in the chat saying is correct. 'Cause I always heard they happen at the same time.
No, I think the thunder comes, it's much delayed. The sound of the thunder is
One
much
has to
delayed after
come
the
before
lightning.
the other.
They happen at the same time. Doesn't not that at the same time. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
they
that. I'm
probably
saying,
happen instantaneously, but the sound that we hear is delayed because it's traveling. In my theory, it's traveling up, hitting the dome, and then reverberating back in a localized area. So that's what's taking the. But it is being created at the same time. However, the sound is taking a while to get back to us because it's going all the way up and then traveling all the way back down. It sounds like fireworks. Thunder sounds like fireworks coming down. It's got that same reverberation sound.
yeah, that video you wanted to see on my screen all that time, now it's gone. But
well, can
it
you
was like 30
explain
minutes.
microbursts?
Explain what?
Microbursts?
Microbursts?
Yeah.
I don't even know what microbursts are.
Huh.
I was about to say the same thing.
I can't, because what you're implying that is going 100 and something thousand feet in the air and then coming back down with the quickness that.
No, I'm saying it's going up about 7,000 feet up in there. It doesn't have to go that high. I mean, I'm speculating the zenith of the dome is probably like around 5,000 to 8,000 miles up. But I mean, who knows? That's just in my theory. But it's only traveling a short distance, and the speed that light travels is so fast. Yet the sound speed is slightly slower, so that's what's taking that delayed reverberation.
750 miles an hour. So it's traveling 750 miles an hour, 5 miles, and coming back in 20 seconds.
That was just like me throwing out a number. It seems like it's about 15, 20 seconds. You know, there's a while before we hear the thunder. So in my theory, when it's going up, it's hitting the dome, and then like a whip, like an echo, it's reverberating this noise back down. And that's that roar that we feel in here.
But the closer you are, the closer you hear the sound.
Coil. Yeah, and sound is localized. It doesn't travel infinitely. It dissipates as it goes.
And I'm saying, so if you're 4 or 5 miles back, it'll be longer than when you hear that sound. So the closer you're giving it exact like 20, but that's depending on how close you are when you get that delay. So if I'm closer, the sound will come closer than 15 seconds. If I'm farther, the sound will come farther than 15 seconds. Because it's all depending on where you're actually at to compare it to where the lightning strikes.
I agree with you, but either way, it's a delayed roar. And so what I'm trying to point out in my
it's always going to be a delayed roar because sound travels slower than it's the same as if you're standing at the bus stop and a car drives by you with loud music. When a car goes by you, the music gonna sound a little bit distorted because it's moving faster than the car is moving. Then the sound has to move back towards you. So in any way, it's going to take sound time to get to you. So the further you is from the object, that's the longer the time is going to get to you. So
I agree with that.
To say that the distance that all the way up there is going to be longer than that. And the further you back, it's going to be longer than that. So it's like, I can't, I don't know.
Okay, well, just like I said, that's why it's a theory. And there's a lot of people that believe in it. There's a lot of people that don't. But I'm just trying to give you the reasons why I lean towards a dome. It makes more sense. I mean, in a planetarium, what they show us artificially to recreate what we see in the celestial heavens is a flat seating surface with a domed roof that they show us, you know, the processions of the equinox. To me, it makes a lot of sense for it to be enclosed as well in a dome, not only because of thunder and not only because of rainbows and sundogs, but also it would explain our atmosphere more. And the way I see it, I liken it to Earth being a gigantic, flat, motionless aquaponics terrarium that's 100% efficient. So none of us know. I'm speculating a dome, and there's the reasons why. So sorry for the people that think I'm a shill on here that are in the chat, guys. I'm just telling you the reason why I think there could be a dome. It's just a theory.
I think there's a dome too.
And it says so in the Bible. It says so in the Egyptian text. It says so in the Chinese text. So I'm not just drawing straws here, and there's a lot of people that agree with it. So that's my reasons for it.
Mine too, honestly.
And the people that don't think it's a dome, that's great. No problem, guys. As long as we agree it's flat and motionless, it don't matter. So, you know, we're all on the same page, guys.
The same book, actually. I don't know.
Candy believe in
And
dinosaurs.
I don't like that. I don't like that whole word shill anyways. I think that no flat earther should use that word because shill is akin to us as kids using the word cooties. Instead of saying shill, use the word that you want to describe somebody as. Like, for example, if Candy's a shill, say what you think she is. She is a government agent that works for what agency?
Spy.
Yeah, like what kind of spy and what proof do you have? Like, get it past my flatter senses. So anybody who's calling me or anybody that's a shill, it's kind of just an immature way to talk. I mean, just say what you actually are accusing them of.
Well
Because
said.
shill was
Well
made up by
said.
somebody that's basically getting us to use words that are ad hominem type words that are, you know, so we shouldn't even use that word. It's not even a real word.
No,
And,
I'm an agent. I'm an agent, so no worries.
so we should get rid of that word. As long as you're an agent that puts sodium bicarbonate in your coffee, I'm good.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Vinny.
I don't forget that.
And it makes your coffee taste better. It softens your water. He used it.
What'd she say?
I don't
I
know.
don't want to repeat it. It sounded like she was just being funny, though.
No, I said, why are you trying to kill my husband?
Kill your husband. I'm trying to keep his health going for forever.
I'm on the MMS for 2 weeks now, and it's going really fast. I can already walk, man.
Nice.
What happened?
Wait, really?
Yeah. I was in the city last night.
Yeah, I saw you say that, but I didn't know you were walking.
Yeah, it's going faster and faster. So yeah, we will see. And I have to go, by the way, because I'm going into the city. Today is a big party.
So sick of this cough. Well, thanks for saving my stream.
No worries.
Yeah. Getting really mad. I can't do anything.
You sound robotic again.
Oh. Yeah, we're more shaped like an egg. Fuck it. But think about it though. If we are more shaped like an egg, it would spin the dome like because it will be instead of let's say 8 inches per mile square. Let's say it's 1 inches per mile square. So we'll still have that kind of like dome like cover, and you can still see the flatness in it. Hey, fuck it.
Yeah, all ancient cultures pointed to a dome. The Hawaiians pointed to a dome, which I've studied thoroughly. The Chinese, the Egyptians, the
Yeah, I
ancient
know.
Hebrew conception, they all did. And so when I'm speculating the dome, guys, I'm just trying to put together a theory. That's all, you know, it's not even really a theory, but it's just my own hypothesis from all what the ancients have said. And then I'm trying to pull together science from what I know. So don't anybody get angry. I'm just speculating why I think there could be a dome. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, but do you think that they thought that it was a dome because they had spaceships that made it to the dome and they figured it out, or that they had scientific reasons for thinking it's a dome, or because that from a globe Earth, when you look outward, the sky might look a little like a dome?
Yeah, I see it. Honestly, to me, I use a lot of psychedelics, and when I look at the night sky here on the island, it's really clear. We have the tallest mountain in the world, and when I look at it, I see a planetarium, a gigantic planetarium that we're in, with a domed roof with the stars attached to it, and the dome's rotating one complete rotation per day.
Are you on the island with the telescope on top of the mountain, double telescope on top of the mountain?
Yeah, that's Mauna Kea. So that's, to me, I see it with my own eyes. I mean, honestly, that's what it looks like to me. But I'm biased because that's how I see it as. Just like we all are biased to our own opinions. But I really do, especially when I'm using different types of psychedelics, I can really picture really well. It's a rotating dome above our head with the stars attached to it, rotating one complete rotation per day. There's 360 days in a true year. The dome is a circle, we hypothesize. I mean, the circular flat Earth. And so if it's theorized correctly and the stars are attached to it, that would explain the star rotations that we see. It would explain meteors and asteroids. They're not actually meteors and asteroids. They're just tiny little pieces of the Obsidian dome called pure light that are falling off as the Obsidian dome continues to regenerate and renew itself, just like human skin. You know, it's probably some type of organicness that can continually regrow itself.
I thought you said it was created the formation of the Earth by superheated, fast cooling lava.
Yeah, it is. So
how would that be self-healing? Do we have lava that's been cooled into glass that's self-healing down here?
Yeah. So what it is called blue obsidian. And so if you look at the model that we have of the flat Earth, we have a circular ice wall surrounding us. And if you follow volcanism, you'll see that if you put it onto the flat Earth map, it kind of forms a ring just inside of the ice wall. So I'm putting 2 and 2 together. If you're looking at verses like Bible verses and stuff, Job 37:18, that specifically says it's made of lava and it's glass, then you can theorize that following Passion's law, that what it's doing is kind of making like a potter's wheel where it's slowly rotating itself. Now remember, it's thick, strong lava glass, so it's not just going to fall in on itself. But when it finally comes into the zenith,
apparently it does. You said comets are pieces of the glass breaking off and falling to Earth. So apparently
yeah, little pieces, little cracks, little pieces. But the whole thing's not going to tumble down. Just like your skin, it's strong, but you're going to have little dead skin pieces that fall off. Your hair is strong,
right, but I'm specifically asking, why do you think that it self-heals itself? I mean, we don't have any evidence of that.
Yeah, we do. Just go to the Big Island and watch the lava flowing over itself, and then it scabs off. More comes, a little bit scabs off, just a little bit. And so perlite, anyways, grows to like 200 times its size as it's falling, and it looks like popcorn when it's heated up above 800 degrees Fahrenheit. So perlite is actually the byproduct of blue obsidian, anyways.
So you think that? I'm still. You're still not really clear on how this is supposed to be self-healing.
Do you believe it's water over the dome?
Well, if there is water above the dome, there'd have to be something solid and vast keeping it up there. And
Shout
I
out
think
to
that there could be.
Shout out
for being my first on my Patreon.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think that thing was ever gonna do anything really.
But you got a super chat?
Huh?
You have a super chat?
That?
To donate through the chat?
Oh no, I don't have super chat. It's super chat. I have a Patreon though. And Infinite Flame Society was my first Patreon. I just opened my email because I'm trying to send you the link. All this time I've been trying to get on connected to my Skype. Yeah, I have no idea, but somehow I messed it up today. An email that's not even mine. I don't even know how it happened. It's like a typo. And then like someone to change my email. I don't even know what I did. So it's telling me to verify this email that I don't even have, and it won't let me change it. So I can't get into my Skype at all. It's really pissing me off. Like that's how I talk to everybody.
That's another thing, y'all. What if the grid go down tonight in 5 minutes? What are we gonna do?
We're gonna be devastated. We're gonna die. We're gonna have like withdrawals.
People be holding their phone crying.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey guys, I want to represent what I'm trying to talk about since I was getting a couple questions on it on the theory that I have with the outer layer of the ice wall and then the inner volcanic wall that's creating this lava glass that's forming this dome above our heads. If you guys can see okay on my page, there's two circles. Okay, the first circle is going to represent the outer ring, the ice wall, and the inner circle is going to represent the ring of fire, they call it in volcanism, which is basically a circle of volcanoes. Okay, and first in layman's term, I'm just going to describe it, just the most layman terms I can. Okay, it's this, around this ice wall, we're forming this growing lava, but it's being cooled rapidly. When lava is cooled rapidly at the Antarctic, which is ice wall, you get this thing called blue obsidian. It would also explain why the water's blue and why the sky's blue, even though they're both clear. And at the daytime, you're going to have blue water and blue air. So what it does is basically this. It's going to grow in upon itself until it finally reaches a zenith. Okay, the whole time it's slowly turning, just like a potter's wheel, 360 degrees per day, until it finally meets up at the zenith. And the way that it does that is by following Paschen's law, which is it's a bubble dome theory. So here's what I'm trying to say in non-layman's terms, in more scientific terms, is that when volcanic molten lava breaks down into obsidian blue glass due to liquid hydrostatic pressure, changes in the phase of the medium causes a breakdown into what they call a spherical bubble process. Bubble spheres exist in gas pockets at the surface of electrodes in the Antarctic ice exterior. The bubbles, when applied to Earth's electric field radio wave electric mediums, elongate those spherical bubbles until the obsidian's dome length is met with low atmospheric, high pressure, low oxygen, just like the higher you go, the colder it gets, creating a fluid-bearing hydrostatic equilibrium. With a continual flow from lava volcanoes, we get continuous obsidian blue glass. So I'm theorizing that as a potter's wheel goes, it's constantly adding to itself, sticking onto itself, and you're slowly going to get little pieces of it that are going to fall off. Now, this dome would have to be gigantic and supposedly, 7,000 to 8,000 miles above our head. So it's very, very hard to imagine, but it does follow Paschen's law, and that's what I'm kind of sticking to as far as my theory goes.
You said something interesting just now. You said it gets colder
Yeah,
as you go up. Why is that?
Well, I would guess maybe because of the dome. So if the dome is cold, which it would need to be pretty cold, because magnetism works better in cold anyways. So theorizing it's dielectric, kind of like a Tesla coil. So if the dome is made of blue obsidian,
you're saying it would be convenient if it was cold, but why would it be cold? I mean, we know why it's cold on a globe Earth model. It's cold on a globe Earth model because there is no dome. The Earth's atmosphere isn't pressurized like that. The higher you go up, the less atmosphere there is, less atmosphere, the less molecules are moving around, and it gets colder.
Mm-hmm.
But why, if there's a dome on the Earth and there's a universal pressure keeping, right, there would be, right? There would be a universal pressure. So there's no gravity. There's no reason for air pressure to be higher down below. And also, why do weather balloons pop on that, and for that matter?
I think the same reason, because if you're going to go deep underneath the ocean, only just a few miles even.
But that's true because gravity.
Or if you go into a cave with a light, even if it's got, let's say, 5,000 candle light strength, if you go into a cave deep enough, eventually it's just you're not going to have any light anymore.
But Aaron, so, I mean, are you a flat earther that accepts that gravity exists or not? Because I have yet to meet a flat earther that thinks that gravity is a thing.
You're asking if I believe in gravity?
Yeah.
No, of course, no. I don't think any.
Okay, well, the reason that the only reason I can think of why air pressure would be higher on the surface than up on a mountain, or why water pressure is higher the lower you go down, is there's more weight on it. Weight because gravity's pulling it down, causing more pressure. So it's a weird thing that you're totally okay with the fact that it's colder and there's less pressure the higher you go up if you don't accept that gravity exists.
No, definitely not gravity. I mean, there's no proof whatsoever. The only reason why they even had to invent gravity is because a 24-year-old theoretical philosopher named Isaac Newton in
we
England
can
at the
talk
time.
about how Isaac Newton's wrong about gravity and everything, but how else do you explain pressures in the ocean and in the atmosphere?
You're saying it's either that or it's gravity, and I'm telling you, I'm trying to debunk gravity. You're asking if I believe in gravity, right? I don't believe in gravity, and you're saying and it could possibly be gravity. I'm just trying to tell you why I think it's not gravity, and I don't think gravity is anything other than.
I know why you don't think it's gravity,
It's
because you don't think gravity is a thing. I've heard the arguments from flat Earth against gravity. I don't find them to be convincing. Regardless of that, what do you think causes the pressure?
What causes the pressure? Well, okay, think about this. If there's a dome and it's a glass dome, imagine filling up your bathtub halfway with water. Okay, stick a bowl that's level all the way down to the surface. It's not going to fill up with water. It's going to be pressurized and create a suction, and that's what we're getting on this flat, motionless.
Suction is negative pressure.
Encapsulated aquaponics terrarium.
Suction is negative relative pressure.
So you're
Vacuum.
So you're saying that
it's like a vacuum, basically.
Right, but why? But within that cylinder or container, the pressure is uniform. On Earth and in the oceans, it's not, as you acknowledged.
That's because we don't know what's on the underside of Earth. We don't know how everything works. We can only see the top side of it. So in a bathtub,
possibly be in Earth that would
you,
cause more pressure in the oceans, on the bottom of the oceans than the surface of the oceans, and more pressure on the sea level than on the top of K2. Because there's a really easy explanation, that is gravity's pulling gas down, and of course, with all the weight of the atmosphere on top of you, it would be more at sea level and less the higher you go up. That makes perfect sense. I'm trying to understand. You seem to just accept this thing about the Earth, that there's less pressure the higher you go up, and you're ignoring the only, at least as far as I can tell, excuse me for providing an argument from ignorance, but the only thing that I can think of that succinctly explains this phenomenon.
Yeah, well, gravity needed to be theorized because people were asking, wait a minute, how come we stuck to a ball and water's not falling off it and people aren't falling off of it? And how come if you fly in a plane, you're not going to fly out into outer space? So that had to be theorized, but then it's very easy to debunk gravity, because if the center of the Earth is creating this magnetism that's pulling everything in towards it, and it's supposedly 7,000 to 8,000 degrees, well, and it's iron, molten iron, that would render it unmagnetic anyways, because the Curie-Weiss law says specifically that any metal,
magnets, gravity isn't magnetism.
Any metal at or above 1,000 degrees is going to lose its magnetic susceptibility. So the claim that the Earth's center is this magnetic force that's pulling everything equal and opposite direction towards the center of the Earth. Yeah, that is the claim. So
no, it's not.
It's easy to debunk.
No, that is not the claim. There is no science textbook that claims that.
Okay, but so it's
there may be science. There are science textbooks that claim that that the Earth's core acts as a magneto that creates the magnetic.
But that would be impossible because it's.
Well, hold on, but I mean that there are science textbooks. I know. You can say that's impossible, but I'm just explaining how the difference here. There are textbooks that explain the Earth's core as a magneto. That's not the explain. But that's not how they explain.
Let me just. What would you?
No, for the sake of conversation, I'll let you go.
In your opinion, what have you researched about the Curie-Weiss law that would make you think otherwise?
What do you mean?
What have you researched?
I don't even know what law you said.
It's Curie's law.
Curie's law. I have no idea.
Okay, so you haven't researched it. Okay, well that's okay.
Researched what? What's Curie's law?
If you research it, then we can have a debate on it, and you can tell me what makes you think that.
Or I can just go into it as a layman, and you can trounce me, right?
At or above 1,000 degrees temperature. Because right now, as far as we can demonstrate on Earth, it's not possible. So that's something to look into as well.
Is it my turn?
No. 5 minutes.
So I don't get to go?
No.
5 minutes? No, I'm not going to sit here and listen to you go on for 5 minutes.
Well, then why did you ask me?
Well, because I thought you'd be able to answer it succinctly and simply. Like I've been able to answer you succinctly and simply. I haven't gone on for 5 minutes. Why would I expect you to go on for 5 minutes?
Curie-Weiss, and I've timed you. You went on for 5 minutes and 2 seconds.
No, I did not.
I timed you.
No,
Go back
you
and
are
watch.
lying. I'm going to go back and watch this live video. You're
Go back and watch it,
absolutely lying.
and
You
then
did
come
not
back
sign
and
it.
join when you're finished.
No, after this is done, I'm going to go back and watch.
Sure you
You're
are.
absolutely
Are
lying.
you lying? Are you lying?
No, not at all. Unless the video gets deleted, yeah, I'll go back and watch it. You're absolutely
Yeah.
lying. I did not go on for 5 minutes.
You went on for 5 minutes and 2 seconds. I timed you.
You're lying, Aaron.
I timed you.
I know, you're lying.
I'm having fun with you, buddy. You got to calm down. You're a little too wound up.
No,
We're
I'm
having
just
chats.
asking
We're
if I was going to get a chance to.
We're intellectuals having a conversation.
Well, one of us is.
Well, thank you, but you know, I've been doing this for a long time, and you probably haven't. So
I don't know what happened. We were doing good just a second ago. I don't know what happened.
What's going on?
I'm just trying to tell
Everybody
my
move
theory.
around.
I'm just explaining my theory. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying here's my theory, and a lot of people believe it. Millions of people don't. That's all.
My thing with the dome is, why wouldn't the greenhouse effect burn us up?
Because it's an aquaponics terrarium. Have you guys ever read a story called The Iron Republic?
Mm-mm.
Is it a fictional or non-fictional story? What is it?
I don't know. It's supposed to be real, but it's either, you know, it could be real, but it's a great fiction if it's fiction. If it's nonfiction, it's even more amazing. But it basically kind of gives a theory to where there's like a dome covering the flat Earth, but there's other pockets to get out on the surface, very, very low on the surface along the water. And it talks about in the summer times it opening up canals and people being swept in. But it's a really interesting story. So maybe, I mean, we don't know. We don't know if there's, you know, if it's an infinite plane. We don't know if there's a dome, if there's multiple puddles. We don't really know. So nobody get angry. I'm just telling you the reasons why I think this is a dome.
I'm gonna say this. I always told myself that I would keep myself grounded in these conversations, and I try not to put myself in question, like in a sense you are, because it gets to be that everything is the theory, and it's like,
Well, I mean, we can just talk about Mickelson Morley all day, and we can talk about Aries failure. I mean, but
just hear me out. Just hear me out.
so much that you can talk, and then eventually you just want to have fun and theorize. And some people like to do it, you know.
So you really don't like
fun.
nobody else talking. Okay, go ahead.
Ed, I listen to you all night. I love hearing you talk. Go for it, brother.
What were you saying, Ed?
I really just lost my train of thought. That's why I just backed up. You'll probably come to me in a second.
I think you were saying we should stick to more of the facts, not kind of
Okay.
postulate.
That's about me. And it gets to a point where I try not to bring a lot of things that we just cannot imagine in a sense or prove. So that's why it constantly be questioning you, because it's like, for one, where you getting it from, or how can you prove it in a sense that we can understand it and put it into a factual sense. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I can't. And I said that, I prefaced that in the very beginning. It's like if I say, I think it's an infinite plane, and someone says, hey, you know, you're ridiculous, get out of here. Oh, okay, I'm just, you know, I'd be theorizing why I think that. Can I prove it? No. I can prove that the Earth is motionless. I can pretty well demonstrate that the Earth is flat beyond a reasonable doubt. But then when it comes to theories, it's just fun. I say it's a blue obsidian dome. I have no clue. I'm just having fun because I like to throw out ideas and people can grab onto that idea. Maybe they heard something that they liked and it fits into their theory. So that's the only reason I do it. I don't do it to try to muddy the waters or anything. Some people think it's fun to chat about theorizing stuff, you know?
I'm not mad at you.
No, I know you're not. Who was the guy that was debating me? He's a globe earther, right? Kendi?
I don't know.
I think he was
I've never
because
really-
He said he was a globe earther, and but he just wanted to debate my dome theory just for fun. But I was just curious what his name was. Who is it? Seth?
I don't know if I've ever talked to him before.
Yeah, he thinks the Earth is a globe, but he's just having fun. And the guy who was arguing with me, he thinks the Earth is a globe, but and he believes in gravity, but he just wanted to debate my dome theory. So we were just kind of going back and forth. That's why it sounded aggressive, because he's a glober, and they always make it sound like you're fighting with them. The guy who was just debating the dome with me, he believes in gravity, and he thinks that we're on a spinning ball.
That get into my Skype anymore. Like I've been trying to fix it all this time.
Shit, it's cold. What's your take on, do you have the same mindset on the distance of the moon and the sun and the size?
Man, it's so hard on that, because for the longest time I was trying to break it down with arc minutes using a sextant to try to triangulate approximately how far away the moon was and how far away the sun was. But I kind of gave up on that project, because we have these moving celestial bodies, and depending on how high they are, that means how fast they're moving. And so until we know either how fast they're moving or how high they are, it's really hard to tell. But my guess is they're super low. I think that the sun and the moon are a few hundred miles above our head, maybe a couple thousand, but I think they're a few hundred miles above our head. And I think that this moon is just a little bit smaller than the sun is, and it travels just a little bit slower than the sun does. And I think that it perfectly easily, just like Occam's razor, the easiest, simplest answer explains eclipses, just the moon going in front of the sun.
That's the mindset I'm starting to have.
I think everything's easy. They try to complicate it. Oh man, it's super easy though. Occam's razor
Always take
style.
it the hard way first, and then it has to. If you take it the hard way first, it becomes easy. If you take it the easy, you're never gonna understand the hard.
Mm-hmm. Agreed, indeed.
It took me about a good year to truly understand the main points about flat Earth, and that's why I feel confident about I'll say debating on certain things about it, because I understand it.
Yeah.
And it makes sense mathematically. It makes sense.
Yeah, for me, it was just living in Hawaii and seeing islands that are 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 miles away. And you can see them from seashore to seashore. I mean, I have a tour company on Oahu, and that's what we train our tour guides to point out, is things like that. I just never thought about it before as a non-flat earther. And then everything is import-export here. So we got these huge Matson boats importing, exporting stuff. I just took my telescope, went out there with some friends several times, and we proved it to ourselves over and over again. That's how I started getting into it. And then I started looking more at, experiments that were done. But before I even gave it any credibility whatsoever, I had to look at those two things.
Hey, Ed.
Hmm?
Somebody in the chat keeps telling you what's up. Ed, Bo Jackson. I don't know if you're looking at the chat because you're on your phone.
Oh, my phone that died, and this phone has died, and I just plugged it up, so I'm not looking at the chat right now. But what's up, man? How y'all doing?
They only said it once. I don't know. Maybe the chat just hadn't moved. I don't know. I just noticed it.
Yeah, usually I give the ball with the gun, but I'm not on my phone's dead.
Hey, I'd just like to apologize for leaving abruptly. I might have to do that once or twice.
Oh, we were wondering.
I does it every now and then. Hey, life goes on.
Yeah, but I was just saying that I had never even spoken to you before, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think I would have remembered. I've spoken to Ed before You've Been Out.
Exposed.
Is that? Yeah, You've Been Exposed. That's the one. Yeah, that was fun.
Are you a
Yeah, you might have been on the
heliocentric?
panel.
Are you a heliocentric subscriber, a geocentric subscriber, or some other type of alternate theory?
I think the relativistic paradigm kind of ends that debate.
So what would you say? Would you be able to describe what you think it is?
What is?
The Earth that we live on? Is it a ball?
What do you mean what it is?
So for example, like I would say I'm a flat earther, so I think the Earth is flat and it is motionless and there's ground. If you think that we're on a globe, the heliocentric theory says we're on a ball that's spinning. If you're a geocentric theorist, you think we're on a ball that's stationary. I'm just curious, what theory do you hold to?
I hold to lots of theories. Like I said, I don't think geocentrism or heliocentrism makes a lot of sense in a relativistic paradigm. I think just one's easier to do the math. I think that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Oh, okay. It spins, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And gravity as well, or
what about gravity?
are you under the assumption that gravity is what's creating that gravity exists? It's not a theory; that's a fact.
Well, I wouldn't put that's not a dichotomy, but yes.
Okay. All right. So you think that you're a heliocentric theorist? Okay, basically.
No, that's again. I've made very clear to say that I don't think that distinction makes a
Blade
lot of sense in a
spheroid,
relativistic.
pretty much exactly what they're saying. Okay. All right.
Sphere,
Well,
sphere does not mean
put
heliocentric. Sphere means sphere.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you think that we're a spinning sphere, oblate spheroid, and do you think that spinning sphere is going at 1,000 miles over around the equator? And do you think that we're rotating around the sun? I mean, that sounds like the heliocentric theory. I'm not putting words into your mouth, but it sounds like it.
The heliocentric model is the model where the Earth orbits around the sun, but again, relativistically, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Does the Earth spin on its axis? Yes.
Okay. And what do you think the Earth is rotating around? The sun, or no, not the sun?
I don't know how to answer that question. You have to pick a preferential reference frame, and in relativity, there are specifically no preferential reference frames. All uniform frames of reference are equally compatible to doing science. So saying that one is stationary while the other one orbits the other doesn't make a lot of sense. There's certainly interactions between the Earth and the sun that keep them in proximity to each other.
Do you think the sun is bigger than the Earth?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So it's similar to what I know of the heliocentric theory, but it's not. But I'm just trying to put my mind.
I'm heliocentric. I accept the standard model. I just also keep in mind that under relativity, there are no preferential frames of reference. Mm-hmm. And saying that the sun is at the center of our solar system is assuming one frame of reference, and it's not more true than any other frame of reference.
Let me ask you this quick question. I know this is totally jumping off, but we're all friends here, so we can just chit chat. Do you believe the official narrative of 9/11, or do you have any questions about it?
I used to be a 9/11 truther.
Not anymore?
No.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, that answers that question. So fireproof passports, you believe that?
Fireproof passports?
Yeah.
Oh, fireproof passports.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think that's some. I haven't looked into the whole passport thing very much.
Tower 7. Do you think that was?
I understand the claim, right? That according to at least conspiracy theorists, according to the official narrative, they found passports of some or all or one of the hijackers. And that's supposed to be problematic when there's lots of wreckage from the wreck that might have escaped fire. I don't see that as necessarily problematic, even if it were true. But then again, I've read the official. Yeah. I've read the official report, and I don't remember that in the official report. I don't know where those claims come from.
It is true. The hijacker went through the building in the plane, and it magically came out his pocket unsinged and found on the ground.
I always ask people if they believe the narrative of 9/11, and if they say I believe 100% what the government says, then yeah, this is just me kind of talking my side. But in my life. Everyone who just 100% doesn't believe in conspiracy theories and thinks the 9/11 narrative, like Tower 7 went down due to flames, I have a hard time debating them on anything because they're kind of on that track that big pharma is correct, that GMOs aren't bad, that chemtrails are contrails. So it's hard to have that kind of conversation. But I have no problem, you know, debating the dome or gravity or anything like that. But I'd rather do it with a flat earther because I believe they're a lot more open-minded from everything that I've experienced. Of course, not all of them. Sometimes not all of them, but in general, I can't really do that with somebody who believes we live on a globe.
My experience is exactly the opposite.
Well, of course. Yeah, it should. It should be. That makes a lot of sense. You get along better with people who are more like-minded towards you. That's natural.
No.
I do. I don't know if you do.
No, I don't care what people believe. I honestly, what's most important to me is if somebody's a good interlocutor. I would much rather have that.
Yeah, so that guy thinks that was debating me on the dome. He thinks we live on a globe that's spinning, that's pear-shaped, oblate spheroid. 9/11 narrative happened just like it said. So that's why we were kind of having a heated debate earlier, Candy. If you're wondering, like, whoa, what's going on? Because he was kind of like harassing me a little bit, and I was basically just saying, look, dude, just relax. It's just a theory, you know. Just in case you're wondering, Candy.
Candy.
She might be having some special coffee.
She's sitting
You
there in
talking
the
to me?
computer. Oh, this is it. I was about to say she's sitting there in the computer looking at her.
Yeah.
No, I was I wasn't doing anything. No, so I've been in the chat and I had IPS's video playing. But what are y'all talking about? I was on mute. I was going for a minute.
I want to laugh.
For a minute. No, I'm laughing because I was letting y'all talk, but I was listening to IPS's video.
Talking about how we were sitting here just talking about how we went to the moon and how no other country can do it but us. And I'm just basking in our glory. That's all. Just basking in our glory.
I want y'all to see this video that he kept asking for, and then I put it on the screen, and Vinny had to end my oh my God, Vinny's gone.
I'm right here.
He was not supposed to. How long has my my other icon been gone?
A long time.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I hope I don't drop again.
No, I'm watching it on the PlayStation.
No, yeah, but Vinny stays logged in on my account because my internet's cut off, and sometimes it doesn't stay on. Like earlier when I dropped out, if I had been gone longer than 5 minutes and Vinny wasn't logged on my account like that, that's why I said thanks to Vinny. Like I don't know what I would do without him, because if he wasn't logged in, the stream would have cut. It would have been gone.
I don't know.
But I'm about to. I'm gonna play this video now. It saw it today, I think. Dress played that video.
I don't know. You remember I stepped out for a minute.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I thought you were there, but. Oh my goodness. Just hold on one second. All right.
Yeah, I seen that.
No, I've been praying about it, and the Lord finally revealed to me one video, and and I work with Blender and Unity, and I've been working with special effects software and Photoshop for quite a while now. Video, I realized it became instantly clear how they do it. And it's just video game technology. Now, if you're part of the Geek Squad or the
Sorry. This thing's lagging so bad.
techie crowd, well, then you already know about this technology. And so let's get to the video that caught my attention, and you will see the same things that I saw. Let's watch. So what's significant about this video is, number one, it was live to school children. Number two, we have this stuffed animal that is transitioning in on another video channel. And the actor is able to reach up and grab this doll in real 3D space and manipulate this doll with their hands. And so the only way you're going to pull that off is with one technology. And that technology is virtual reality. More importantly, though, something called augmented virtual reality. Now, before 2012, NASA used masking techniques, much like we do in Photoshop and After Effects, to simulate water and objects live in real 3D space. So we're able to take models of plastic and rotate and move them while we are going live. Before, we used to have to render these effects frame by frame by frame, and it took extremely long amounts of time. In this video here I made last year, I'm using Sony Vegas. I was just playing around with the masking capabilities of Sony Vegas. I don't even know why I saved this video, but here I'm standing in the kitchen and I'm just lifting up this trash can to make it kind of look like it's floating. I didn't do a lot of work on this. It was just something I wanted to see real quick. But that is a masking effect to get another effect. We now have the technology to simulate water, materials, fabrics live in 3D space with virtual reality, but better yet, augmented virtual reality. And all augmented virtual reality is taking in 3D space from a virtual reality world and putting them in our world on another screen. Manipulate in touch with virtual reality contacts or classes. I'm going to show you how NASA grabs objects in 3D space, rotates them around, manipulates them, and they can do this with water, with cloth, anything. And the cool thing about it is we can take what they're doing, what they're seeing with their contact virtual reality augmented lenses, and put that on a separate video layer live and do it all in real time. So I'm going to show you what it looks like to them as they're grabbing objects and manipulating them. And then I'm going to show you Microsoft's HoloSense video, their demonstration a couple years ago of bringing a virtual reality into our world. It is simply amazing. Let's watch.
Specifically how HoloLens can turn every room of your house to a personalized video game level. But today, we want to take mixed reality one step further. We've got something new to show you. This holographic gauntlet is a weapon that we will be using while playing Project X. This arm is a hologram moving as well. Is a wearable hologram. When we combine technology like this with the environment understanding of HoloLens, you can do some pretty spectacular things. You can even use the shield to defend themselves. Slow down.
2012, NASA got tired of faking weightlessness by using the zero-G planes, better known as bomb comet. So in 2012, they started soliciting companies that specialize in real-time augmented virtual reality so that they can fake weightlessness and floating objects in the air in real time. Simply the cost of the plane and the safety and the fact that they weren't very good at it. They didn't go to Hollywood, which most of the Hollywood effects are supposed to process, and that's after. They needed something they can do in real time and make it look realistic. So I'll put this link. They found a company called Television. Thank you, Debbie Grant, for bringing this to my attention. After I found out our government has contracted with people. In telemetry, basically what they do is they help news teams. They bring broadcasts together in real time, and they're able to create sets, cities, anything you want in a virtual reality world and make it look absolutely 100% real. They're also able to bring different people from around the world, put them in the same room, and broadcast live and give them desks, whatever they need to make the broadcast. So, here we see Johnson Space Center Television provided the latest cameras providing government television. Mission control. Why do you need to pay virtual reality tech at mission control or Johnson Space Center? I think the answer to that was on the blue screen. I'm going to show you what it looks like when virtual reality in broadcast live doesn't work out so well because the system's not perfect. And then at the very end, I'm going to show you the mother of all screw ups. We actually have a channel set off that should be on. So once again, the astronauts are looking in, they are grabbing objects because we're wearing augmented contact lenses, and it's not their broadcast to the viewers live. They're going to look pretty ridiculous. So let's look at the nasty screw up. I'll cover them as they happen, and then we'll move on to the final. So this is one of NASA's older video codes where they use post-processing and masks. Mask and augmented virtual reality. He moves his finger here, the watch glitches out. So I guess virtual reality accidents can cause loss of fingers. In this next video, we have Caddy. Now I want you to pay attention to her neck. Neckline goes in her shirt and it's cut off. And the necklace. I wanted to show how cool this necklace looks. It's not perfect. The necklace goes in and out of her shirt unnaturally, and which is in several places. I literally spent hours going after probably 30 or 40 videos, probably had approximately minutes straight of NASA virtual reality setup. I tried to pick some clips that were obvious and some not so obvious. Some of the contacts, we're going to see Tim Peake with his contacts. These are virtual reality contacts overlaid on the eye, so actors can in 3D space, all in real time. In this next shot, we will get to see the whole arm set up, and then the virtual reality glove that covers all the way down the arm and hand. This allows the software to broadcast what we see video-wise as his arm in a shirt sleeve. Peak screw-ups, but this one here, the system glitches. The software does not track his hand properly, and Tim slips his hand underneath his other fingers, which is tightly holding onto the mic, which would be impossible. Tim's fault. Normally, Tim always moves his other fingers up while he slides his hand under. The system didn't respond to his movements here. This picture here is actually Tim's fault. His hand reaches the 3D mic open in front of him. In this next clip, we're going to see Tim's arm switch out as he's manipulating a 3D bubble. What can be done in real time now? We have the technology to do that, which I showed you at the beginning of this. And this bubble is environmentally lit, or HDRI lit, by its environment, which means the bubble can pick up its reflections and refractions as it moves around in 3D space. And that's augmented reality. Once again, augmented VR just means bring the 3D objects into our world on a separate line. In this last clip, we're going to see NASA royally screw up. It's a live broadcast in one of the video channels not working. It's supposed on the wires. You can't make this stuff up. Just watch.
Sorry.
Y'all know NASA uses wires, and sometimes they'll catch them like this here, guy pulled on his wire. Days when you're filming live, things just don't work out, and it becomes so blatantly obvious, it's ridiculous. So, in this clip, talking live feed, and what you know, we have a bias in the background, and getting a more realistic, spacey, station, busy effect. The only problem is the camera that was supposed to mask this harness out for the video feed is not working. I come flying along in a harness on his wires. But that's not all that goes wrong here. So, you see to the right, this guy's flipping this hat. This hat's actually on another video channel in virtual reality. They're wearing augmented contact lenses so that they can interact with these 3D objects. Now, in this scene, the guy on the left in the green shirt, he sees an object in 3D space that's being broadcast to him. So he grabs it and he puts it off to the side. He's looking straight ahead because he's looking at an object rotating in front of him. But the video channel is down that it's supposed to show the viewers what we're supposed to see. And so we don't actually get to see the object that he is seeing. And I would just sum this up as a very terrible, bad, horrible day for NASA doing live feeds.
Yeah. Can you still there? Yeah. Can you explain to us what this astronaut's going through as he sees something with his eyes in 3D space? It's actually there being broadcast to the public. What's going through this astronaut's mind? System is sending signals to the brain, but those doesn't really match your eyes, so your brain's going to work out the two differences.
Here's the thing. As much fun as this was, there is a time coming when you and I will not be able to tell the difference. And space has not changed. Technology for space has gotten better. Just because Adobe gets a massive update to Photoshop or After Effects, or there's a massive update in telemetrics, of the augmented virtual reality programming, that does not advance us magically 20 years in space. Space has not changed. It's above us. It's dimensional, and we cannot orbit Earth. You have been warned. This is very serious stuff. And if you do not get it now, later, because later you won't know the difference. This is Mike. God bless everybody. Please like and please subscribe.
I can't really.
More
A lot of
more
things has been done on to me today. Like I was saying earlier, like I can't believe we're having flat Earth conversations. Like the Earth is not round. I can't believe these people are blatantly doing stupid shit like that. You sit there and seen him grab and pull, like, straighten him out and sit him in the position he's supposed to be. How can they allow that shit to just, like, I just, the one that fucked me up were, it was a guy going around a corner and he balled himself, and he grabbed and he was going around a corner and half of his body disappeared before it went around the corner. And just seeing how he grabbed like the harness and made sure, it just like I can't believe, I don't think this shit is real. Like on the point of this is NASA. I think like, don't you know how you can go on the internet and find fake shit? I believe like some of this shit is real good hackers putting this, because they just NASA cannot be giving this to us for us to do this. It's look at the technology we have today. It just this shit. A lot of this shit just doesn't make sense to me. Like,
I can explain it. I can explain why they're so incompetent. It's this. It's because it's a secret society, they can't reach the vast pool of producers and editors and people with special skills. Like, they can't recruit Hollywood. They've got to get people who are already in their clique. So they have a smaller pool of people to draw from, and they have to settle for what they got because their goal is keeping this thing secret. So they got to get people who are compromised, who are perverts or whatever. And so government always fails anyway. But in this case, yeah, they don't have the best and the brightest. They certainly don't. I mean, they did at one point. You remember they had, what's his face? Kubrick, right? For the moon landing. He was an advisor, or at least that's what many people would think.
Yep. He was the director of the whole thing.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes when I watch this shit, it kind of turns me around the other way because it's like they can't be showing this shit like this. That's why I be on these live streams, y'all. I'm in the middle of all this shit, and this shit is weird. Like, what the fuck is they? They have all this money, and this is what they give us. Like, it's it. I can't explain how I really feel right now, y'all. It's just stupid.
You know, I don't think they counted on us. I don't think they planned on this as far as the internet and this instantaneous
I
communication.
just know I'm not this damn smart,
There's-
y'all. It's just like it's something got to be bigger. I just can't be this smart. Why am I fucking living? Why don't I have my own house? Why do I work in a fucking warehouse loading and unloading trailers? If I can sit here on YouTube and do this shit, it's something. It's y'all.
Did you all see the last Russian vids video he did on this subject, where he's showing that these guys, these astronauts, look at their faces. A lot of the times you'll notice their faces. If you look closely, especially the Russian guy with the mustache, you can see that they're upside down. You can see that the blood is rushing to their heads because these guys are hanging upside down like Penn and Teller. And Russian vids expose this pretty well. And I've noticed before, if you look at their faces, you can see what it looks like when someone's upside down. You can see it in their eyes. You can see it in the temples, but in some cases they're hanging upside down like bats, and that's how they do their little tricks.
Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry, I was reading.
Oh, I was saying Russian vids. Russian vids' latest video had a pretty good indication of how these guys are doing some of their ISS stunts, and that is they're hanging upside down. And that's why they're always crossing their arms the way they do.
Yeah,
Because they can't just relax and let their arms hang.
that is true.
So,
that
you know
let's say this for a second. What he's saying is true. In high school, I was never a big guy, but I was, I had a little bit of strength to myself. And what they in high school is always a pulley system. And what they do, they have 2 to 3 people be on the pulley and hold. And what you do is you hold your weight up, kind of like riding a bike in a sense. So for them to roll across and come back is effortless. For them to stand up, though, they have to pull their body in. And without pulling your body in, it will be like weight hanging. Over time, your muscles, your tendons will kind of stretch, and you need to pull your body in. So by them standing with their arms folded and putting their legs up to their torso, they're putting their body in a certain type of fetal position where you always have a center. Your body's always centered. So it's not a limb hanging over for you to get like you're always centered. So for them to put their legs down straight, they're going to get tired because they got to hold their body all the way up. It's not about just having something hanging, you're suspending in the air. You got to keep your body level. And what I mean is, it's just a string. So you got to stop yourself from tilting the whole time. And that's using your whole core. That takes a lot of strength. So the only way you can combat that is to make yourself smaller. And that's what he means why we fold their arms and put their legs up. They're making themselves smaller because they're holding up they're resting basically. And when they fold their arms back out to do the movement, they're using all their core to stay straight up and down. Because if not, they'll be flipping over like this. And then he'd be like, damn, why is he doing that? So what is he saying? Yes, it has a lot of fact to it.
So somebody in the chat room just a minute ago called Russian vids a gatekeeper, and that may or may not be true, but I do find him useful because I call him my unpaid research assistant because he's really quick on everything. He obviously uses a news aggregator and he picks up on things quickly. So it's useful to study him, and I don't really think of him so much as a gatekeeper or anything because he just kind of reports things. He doesn't really tell you what to think with it necessarily. His only assumption I disagree with is his dome thing. So if you're a domer, you should love Russian vids.
I'm a domer.
I knew she was gonna say something. I knew she was gonna say something.
I love the dome talk too. It's fun.
But I mean, like I say, I'm biased. I get my information and a lot from the Bible. I'm a Christian, and I mean, everybody's entitled to believe and think and that's what pisses me off. That's what I just said in the chat. Like I told IPS, I don't have any problems with him. I watch all his live streams, I watch his videos. He's featured on my fucking channel for crying out loud.
Hey, brother IPS. Oh, sorry, Kenny. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't necessarily agree with all of his theories, but I still think he has a lot of good things to add. I mean, everybody's not going to agree with everything everybody says. Everybody has their own mind and opinion. So, I mean, people need to get over it.
Amen. Hey, brother IPS, I'm from New Mexico also. I was watching your interview with Patricia Steer, and I noticed that you said you're from New Mexico, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. In fact, the first International Flat Earth Art Show will be in Albuquerque.
That's so awesome. That's so awesome. I'm in
And you know
Hawaii
who's going to
now,
go?
but
I don't want to drop names, but
drop names.
there's going to be more than 50 content creators, but no, there have been some people from other YouTube channels who have let me know that they're probably going to go, but I don't want to preempt it. Them announcing because I want to make sure. It's going to be the month of July.
Oh, okay. July.
And so I have the rest of this month and the next month to get all the artwork in, to get prints made, and to make all the arrangements I need. But yep, it's going down. Enough people have contributed to the cause at GoFundMe that it's absolutely going to happen.
Beautiful, brother. Oh, I don't think I'll be able to make it there, but if something happens, I mean, that's my old neck of the woods. Who knows? But good luck, man, and thank you. Thanks for representing.
Well, how close are you to Albuquerque? How close are you?
I'm in Hawaii, so.
Oh, I see. Well, hey, we're going to live stream it, and there's going to be a ton of video content created, and I'm trying to figure out how to do like a panel, like kind of like a panel, like you might see like when they have these big debates between atheists and creationists, where they have a panel discussion, and then audiences can ask questions. And so I'm trying to set up some type of a panel discussion, and I might need like a devil's advocate glober. And we may even shill it. I was thinking about, I shouldn't use that word. I was thinking about this though. Someone was talking about it. We were like, why don't we do like a panel and have one of the persons that's pretending to be a globie, just have it be a flat earther pretending to be a globie and convert him and just have it done on YouTube as a video. I think it'd be hilarious.
I'll do it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, it would.
Volunteer.
Just like
Well,
we
the media
were
does it all
actually
the
going to do that earlier.
Hey, it makes sense. Like, actually, one of the persons in the chat room right now, Kyle McDonald, he said we need to do psyops because they're doing psyops on us. And I'm like, what kind of psyops could we do? A mass conversion. Imagine if we had like 30 people watching a panel, right? And we got the media there, we got some skeptics there, but then like half the room converts to flat Earth, and they all like have this conversion. It would be a joke, obviously, but maybe you could pass it off, and it would have some impact. It'd be at least potentially viral video material.
Well, also not only that, but you could have like, let's say I was the fake glober, and we could have loaded questions. Like I could say, wait a minute, what about boats sailing over the horizon? You could say, oh, good question, and then answer that. I could say, wait a minute, what about? I thought the horizon curves. And you said it's a great question. You know, take a photograph with the horizon using a level. You know, you could just have loaded questions that are right there, you know, boom, 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 next one, next one, next one. That's a great idea, I think.
Yeah, that's actually, you're thinking exactly as I'm thinking. And the reason I'm saying this, and there's going to be you'll see the shills and not the shill, I'm sorry. You'll see the naysayers and the trolls in the comments. They'll say, you can't do that. That's unethical. That's dishonest. And I'm saying, no, this is creative. It's ingenious. And it's us taking the tools of the enemy and using those tools against them. And anybody who has a problem with that is retardo.
No problems here. I endorse it 100%. It's just using your brain.
Oh yeah, now one thing. The reason why I wanted to get on here is there's a rumor. It's not really a rumor, but it needs to be until we figure this out, because I'm a little concerned that Eric Dubay hasn't spoken a word in 4 weeks. I mean, there's been videos up, but it's been 4 weeks since before Earth Day. The last video he did was the one where he encouraged flat Earth activism, and then he disappears. And now none of his videos are the Hitler one, the one with the waterfall, something else. Like all these different videos he's not even talking. And so I'm like, maybe they whacked him. But today with Joe Rogan talking some shit or whatever, and on that video, Joe he didn't talk and narrate it or cut it up. He just had like this running caption, and so he could be 4 weeks dead and we wouldn't know. And I'm thinking maybe if we start talking about it, we can draw him out.
Yeah.
Talking about Joe Rogan or who?
No, if Joe Rogan was dead, I wouldn't say anything. I think Eric Dubé's missing. He's MIA.
Oh,
It's been 4 weeks.
Eric Dubé.
Eric Dubé hasn't
Candy, you a Christian and you just laughed?
It's a joke.
In the palm. You still laughing?
I'm laughing at you now.
Do you really think he's missing, or?
Well,
Yo,
it's been 4 weeks.
He just says everything in the same tone, and I swear, like he's like a fucking walking quote. Like,
My car broke down. I won the lotto. I got it.
No,
and he
seriously
just
though.
keeps on going like he didn't say nothing wrong.
It's been 4 weeks. It's been 4 weeks. That's a long time.
Oh man.
And I'm like, well, and this is just, I mean, think about it. If something were to happen to one of us, and it just went silent all of a sudden, radio silence, people would ask questions. Hey, it's been a month since we've heard from so-and-so. But in Eric Dubé's case, there's been a video like clockwork, but he's not in front of the camera. He's not speaking. And so whoever got him could be maybe the guys who got Aaron Dover got to him, and maybe they're uploading content to throw us off so that we're like a month behind noticing he was gone.
That's kind of weird that you say that, because doesn't he do like all kinds of different things? Like he does like yoga stuff. He does other stuff with channels. Yeah. He does like a lot of different things. So like if he's not doing anything for 4 weeks straight, he's either on vacation or something's up.
Maybe he's out having an ayahuasca experience in nature. Who knows?
Maybe.
But it's good to be concerned about our fellow brothers and sisters. I love that. That's Flat Earth Unity is the only way we're going to win this thing.
Yeah, if I disappear, put up flyers, be like, set out some milk jugs or something, be like, missing.
Now, the only reason I think he might actually be okay is that he just set up a new website, ericdubay.com, which leads me to think that maybe he's busy working on this, because it looks like it's pretty big and it has a lot of sections. You're right, yoga, martial arts, veganism. Let me see if he's made any progress on it. Okay, yeah, he's obviously busy on his website. It's probably not dead.
Yeah, but Tiger Dan, what about him?
Eric Dubay could also be working on rap videos. Just wanted to put that out there.
I have a couple questions. I want serious answers, y'all. How long have y'all been watching me on Dread? You've been exposed?
5 years.
What? 5 years?
I'd say a couple months.
Couple months.
I mean, that I know of, yeah, a couple months.
Do you try to research some of the things I say about rockets?
Me, I just got common sense, and I know a rocket can't work in a vacuum. I just know it won't. It just won't. I don't know. I don't know how anyone else tries to like fathom that it can. I don't understand that. But yeah, I look at that's all I do a lot of the times. I look at all kinds of videos, look at all kinds of stuff like facts on stuff. Like regardless what the video says about like what do people see or do or whatever. Like if it's like certain things that have been proven to be fact, that's what I like to pay attention to. No matter what the actual video has in it, you know what I mean? I take the facts out of it, and that's about it.
Because a lot of times when I have these conversations, I just don't understand where they get the information from because rockets are not really hard to understand, and propulsion ain't either. And it's just a lot of times when I get to talking, a lot of it's just I don't get where certain they get that certain information from. When we talk, y'all talking about Eric DeBay and flat Earth, I realize I get a lot of my information from him. So like it, where where will it be a cross reference from Eric DeBay? Because a lot of things I understand, a lot of things I don't. So that's why I asked for me, like, who do you research what I say, and how do you know? How do you get an understanding of what I'm talking about? Because it took me a good year and something to understand flat Earth. And
I got a pretty oh,
go ahead.
I got a pretty good understanding. Like when people talk and it's common sense. Like I don't know, I'm always in chats on like GTA 5 and stuff with like 30 people at a time all the time. You know, there's a lot of people. Dude's got like 900 people in his crew. There's 900 people in mine. So there's a lot. We always have talked about this kind of stuff. It's like kind of no different from there, except like to the YouTube thing. It's just not on the game, But I've always discussed all kinds of stuff. Anything true, any history that's fake, any stuff, and I try to look up just facts about it. Like if I hear you say something that I haven't already looked into, then yes, I'm going to look into it. Yes. So I guess if that answers your question, yeah. If there's anything you guys hit on that I haven't thought about or can't really fathom, then I try to look into that. Like anything I can't really.
I'm asking that in because earlier on Dre's podcast earlier, I misunderstood something somebody was saying, and I made a comment, and one of the brothers in the chat kind of put a bug in my ear on how they feel on me and how I talk about rockets. So I'm just trying to get a consensus of how.
Oh, okay. Well, the guy that was in there the last time I was talking to you, or not to you, but like with everybody, he kept explaining that the rockets shoot backwards to go forwards.
Yeah,
That's what I got. That's what I got from it. Did you hear that part?
yeah, and I kept trying to show him like where was it pushing off of his own the shit that's pushing the back. Like that's the new thing now. They're trying to say that every action has an opposite reaction, but that only works on certain objects doing certain movements, doing certain things. For a rocket, that wouldn't work because the whole point of the rocket moving is the opposite reaction on the third object. The first object
Right.
would be the rocket. The second would be the thing that the rocket is shooting out of. The third would be the thing the rocket is propelling off of. And another thing that just because it's pushing off of something doesn't mean it's going to move. Like how we always you hear pounds per how you say it, pounds per square inch. That means something.
Yeah.
That means a specific area that a certain pounds, a certain particular pressure is being forced on it. So to say in a vacuum where there's nothing, there's no force to put that pounds of pressure on. So I'm saying that to say that that force has to be greater than the object that is supposed to be pushing, and not just greater, significantly greater to push it even with some significant force fast. So just because they say, well, I'm pushing something behind me to push me forward, that doesn't make any sense at all. But it's supposed to be stronger than your own mass to push you. You understand what
Also,
I'm
they
saying?
got the earth. Yeah, they've also got gravity into play there. They always explain it their way. Like, okay, this is
Yeah.
separated from this, and this is separated from this. But when we ask them, like, what about an airplane or what about this? They say, oh, no, the atmosphere and everything's connected to the earth. But then, like, you know, where's it unconnected then when it gets to space? Like, where's it unconnected then? Like, what? You know what I mean? And then they explain the Earth has its own gravity. Also, is what I'm trying to say. So if the Earth has its own gravity, and the Moon has its own gravity, and the Sun has its own gravity, how are all these things? And I just don't get it. Like, the Earth should be so strong that if something did get off this mug, there's no way it would pull it right back. I mean, if that was the case, you know, I mean, if it was a ball, it even still doesn't make any sense. Even
When
if
I
it
think
was a
of
ball.
that, I always think when we go out of space, going to the moon, it will not be direct like that. It will be so many different forces pulling you. It will pull you in such a crazy way that it's not about leaving Earth going straight to the moon. You will be pulled in so many different directions that it will be unfathomable to me to think that they can just get a good get just go fast enough to go straight and then use something to turn. It doesn't make any sense. Especially when you talk about gravity and pulling things and the force to keep things going around something. Like how you just said, none of that makes sense.
Right. It's supposed to go out of our atmosphere a little bit or up or whatever, right? Go around the Earth, right? And use the Earth's gravity and then shoot to the moon. Isn't that the way like it's supposed to work?
Slingshot,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, that makes no fucking sense to me. not not in a vacuum space. No. There's no.
Because if we're solid standing, or if we're solid and the moon is going around us, when we leave, the moon gravity supposed to change that direction that we're going towards the moon. Off of it's supposed to be a force trying to pull us back towards Earth. So we're supposed to be fighting two things: the force being pulled back towards Earth, and whatever motion that the moon is having us try to pull in with its own gravity, because it's spinning around us. So that's
and
three
and the
different
sheer
motions.
speed. And it's also all moving through space too. And they're all going
Yeah.
around each other at different speeds in space. So there's way too much motion there.
Yeah, I said we were. I'm glad you said that because I said we were stationary. I'm glad you said that. Yeah. So that's four different motions. The moon,
Yeah.
the moon going to the moon, the Earth, and the Earth following the sun. Yeah, it's just.
Right. Right. There's so many motions in that. I don't get it. Like,
I think I just threw my blunt.
don't throw your blunt.
I have no idea where it's at.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. He said that it goes out of the atmosphere, and when it gets out of the atmosphere and it's out of gas, it shoots like some kind of air or something. It shoots something back away from Earth to where it would actually push itself to Earth. And he said that makes it go forward to the moon. So I'm like,
And
hold
another
on.
thing he said that the release of mass gives it
Mass and velocity.
It's push.
okay. The only way that works is underwater when they
Right.
drop the damn weights and make them go up. So they be trying to using earth science with space science, and that shit don't go together.
Well, even
Hey,
in
Ted,
If you
water.
guys,
just roll yourself another one, and it'll help you to find the one that you can't find. It works for me.
I was just about to do that. I swear,
Yeah,
I was just about to
that's all
do
you
that.
gotta do.
I was just about to do that.
It works every time.
Even in water,
Yeah, go on.
if you put yourself down into it, it's still going to build and accumulate another force that's balancing that and going to be greater. You know what I mean? No matter what force you try to push down in it, that's like oxygen or, like if you got a submarine and you try to push it down in water, it's going to push you out. So they're trying to say that pushing against the water when you're going in it, like say if I got a submarine and I'm going head first into the water with the submarine, like a cigar kind of, and I'm shooting air out of the front of the submarine to go into the water. It kind of, I don't know. Does that make sense?
I
No,
was trying to follow you, Dope.
no. So, Dem, is this? I only caught like a second of this. Are you talking about propulsion and why rocket propulsion doesn't work in space?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Well, I mean, here's an experiment you can do for yourself. Don't take my word for it, right? But I happen to think that for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction, which means that if you shoot stuff out the back of something, it doesn't need to push off of anything in order for there to be an equal and opposite reaction. And here's an experiment you can do. You sit in an office chair, you take a weight, a medicine ball even, and just take the medicine ball and push it forward. Hell, throw it as far and fast as you can. The faster you throw it, the harder you throw it, the more you'll slide back. Now,
Right.
if this is, hold on, now, if this motion is merely happening because you're pushing off of air pressure, then the same effect should happen with a ball of the same shape and size with less weight, like a basketball, but it doesn't. You do get a reaction, but not as strong as with a heavier ball. The reason? Because rocket propulsion works. Because every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And it's not off of air pressure or water pressure. Again, you could prove this by taking a ball of the same size, different mass, and noticing the difference in force.
Can
The
I
problem with that is you're
say
sitting in
something
a
about
chair, and a chair is rolling on the ground. So when you push
on Earth?
off of that, the force from your center point on the chair, when you push that motion back, your arms would be the middle point. So when you push that back, yes, you would go backwards because you're sitting in a
But
chair.
you're missing the main point, though. A lot of these theories that people do like that, you're on Earth. You have to do that in a vacuum to prove to me that.
That's
Well,
why I
no,
get the
well,
point that you're sitting in the
I've already
chair.
controlled for that. I mean, your proposal and the other flat earthers' proposal is that this reaction is happening because you're pushing off of something, gas, the atmosphere. But that's just not true. You can control for that by taking a ball of different mass, the same size. Are you going to tell me that a medicine ball, the same size and
I just
shape
showed you
as a
how. I
basketball?
just showed
Hold on, let
you.
me finish. Hold on, let me. I know. I can only.
Is this the
I can
same
only
guy
talk
that was
to one of you
debating
at
me
a
in the
time.
dome? Are you the same guy
Yeah,
that was debating me on the dome?
Yes.
yeah.
It's okay. Let him finish.
This guy is argumentative and so hard to have a conversation with, guys.
It's
Just a
okay. Let him
warning.
finish because
Yeah,
Well,
we
Aaron, I
had
don't
many
think.
conversations. This is not the first time me and him talked. It's just probably the
Yeah,
first time we talked about this like this.
yeah,
We had
Aaron.
many
I think you and I
conversations.
had a really good conversation. It was fine
Yeah,
until
yeah.
He
you
into
believes
started
9/11.
talking
conversation.
for 5 minutes.
He believes 9/11 happens just as they said it did. He's a
Well, now you're
heliocentric
poisoning the
theorist.
well, and no, I don't.
And
You're
just
poisoning the well
just
now.
just a FYI for you guys.
You're poisoning the well, Aaron. Thank you.
Well,
You're very
regardless of
welcome.
9/11, so what are you saying about the chair in a vacuum? Now, you're saying that you can go in a vacuum and show this also?
No, but I can control for that without going in a vacuum, and I can
No,
explain
no.
why, and
You
I'm
have
willing to explain why
no.
again. Though.
I know,
Yes.
but listen. To do an experiment, you have to do it exactly the way it's supposed to be done to get the
No,
result you
that's
need.
not true. No, actually, you're not supposed to do exactly how it's supposed to be done because you have to control. You have controls. So, first of all, I mean,
So first of
the
all, you have to
explanation.
take
Well, hold on.
the
Can
thing
I
that we're
actually make a
talking about.
point,
Hey,
Tim?
good
Am I
luck
gonna
with
get a
this
chance?
guy, guys. He's gonna do this to you the whole time.
I'm gonna
Bro,
do
if
what?
you
Ask if I get a chance to finish the sentence?
I know, but listen, what you're saying makes no sense. If you don't have a
Yeah.
vacuum, how are you testing it?
Dem, can I answer you without being interrupted?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure. Right. I've already explained the control for this, right? Your explanation is that, well, obviously, that rocket propulsion works in a fluid because you have something to push off of. In the atmosphere, it's gas. Well, we can control for that without going in a vacuum. If it's pushing off of air, then a ball, the same shape and size, should push off of the same amount of air, which means that a basketball of a different mass than a medicine ball being pushed outwards from a rolling chair should have the same.
Kind of got quiet all of a sudden. What happened?
I think that a few people just got dropped accidentally.
Oh, what a shame. Okay, it looks like they're coming back. So if Lord Stephen Christ is still out there listening, I think I see
Don't give
him.
that guy.
Oh, please
give
don't
that
say
guy,
his name, please,
Don't
please.
give him any attention at all.
Don't
that
feed.
guy.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna.
Yeah.
I just had a
He's a
suggestion.
joke.
You know,
He's a joke. I
we have
love the
these
guy, but he's a joke.
flat, spherical, concave, domed, and I came up with one. Flat concave, which means that no matter what it is, whether it's an infinite plane or domed, we'll let Lord, you know who, dig himself a big old bunker, like a big man cave. So it can be a flat Earth, and he can still have his little concave paradise. Get a couple of his ladies or whatever to go down there with him. Problem solved. No
Hey, by
need
the way,
to
we
bring
should-
out the guillotine.
Yeah, we should all be working with each other anyways. Even if someone thinks it's concave, hey, it doesn't really matter. We all agree that it's not a ball. It's not
If you
spinning.
think he's Jesus Christ,
I
don't
know,
think
not
you can
him.
work with him.
Not him. I agree with you. Not Lord Stephen Christ, but in general, the people who have different alternate theories, we should all be working together to break down this.
Oh yeah, we do.
Lies.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah.
Except for Lord Stephen Christ, because he just needs attention.
Well, as I say,
there's
the
people that are like
enemy
that.
of my enemy is my friend. And if you're against the Globies, you're pretty much on my side.
Amen.
Or as Ronald Reagan said it, my 80% friend isn't my 20% enemy.
Clever.
Then he flooded the hood with dope.
That was messed up.
When that was the other. Yeah, we was having a conversation with the what was his name?
The antagonist.
But
I mean, think
most
about
of
it,
the time
guys.
he's all right.
People,
Most of the time
people who come on these shows for a long time like this, think about it. Do you believe in Bigfoot? Probably not. Okay, let's just assume you don't. And if you don't, do you go on their Hangouts and their Facebook pages and their social media every day, several times per day? Obviously, this person either needs attention or is an antagonist, or who knows? But he's not a normal person, because none of us would do that. You wouldn't waste your time. So we're only wasting our time because we believe in something. To disprove something that you think is a joke, you wouldn't be spending days and days and days to do it. So there's something wrong with these people, or there's some type of paid opposition. But I think there's just something wrong with them. So I try to just delete them right away. Don't even give them energy. Now, if it's a legit person asking questions, hey, I'm all for it. But when they've been on here for months and months and months, you're like, come on, dude. You're here for reasons that I can't figure out, because nobody in their right mind would go to a Bigfoot page for months and months and months and heckle them and argue them. You'd have to be insane. Why would you argue something you don't believe in? There's no point.
Yeah, if they're not being paid for it, I think it can be explained in terms of psychopathology. There's a really good series on Netflix called Stalked. And it says that when somebody's stalking someone else, they're doing it because they get some sort of supply or some sort of energy out of it. And they say if you're being stalked and they call your phone and you don't answer it, and if you wait till the 20th ring and then you answer it, it trains them that you'll answer.
Yeah.
If you just give it time.
You just have to ignore it.
So we're dealing with psychopaths. Yeah.
And that's why I think a lot of people aren't government ops, because, man, when I first started doing this flat earth stuff, some of my own friends would troll me. That's why I would tell people, look, guys, there's just people who it drives them crazy. And it's a form of bullying, and, who knows, it's attention. So I just say, cut those people out. Don't even waste your time. They don't deserve it.
Well, they don't have to be government operatives to be functioning as government operatives, because they were brainwashed to function as extensions of the state. So the state creates agents out of all of us.
By proxy, yeah.
That's why in the Matrix, why anybody can be Agent Smith.
Yeah, good point.
It's kind of why they push the Rambo type stuff, like one guy against the whatever and this and that. because in actuality, you have to have like the people have to be together. You know what I mean? To like do anything. You know, it can't be just one guy. There's no way, and there's no Rambo that's going to go fight a whole army for you. You know what I mean? Everybody always has this crazy idea like there's going to be a middleman, or this guy's already doing it for us, or this or this. If you don't like put your little part somewhere in it, then it's not. You know what I mean? There's no point.
Yep.
And
Only in
one
unity.
thing that you talked about earlier, I forgot to talk about this. I've never considered the Ring of Fire on the flat Earth model.
That's how I
And
came up with the Obsidian Dome, blue Obsidian Dome theory, because Job
after
37.
you said Ring of Fire, I didn't hear shit after that. I'm being honest with you, because I'm still trying to wrap my mind around how that looks, because I have never thought of that. I haven't seen any model that shows that.
Johnny Cash sings about it.
That's right. That's proof. That's one proof for the dome right there, Johnny Cash.
I ain't gonna say that, but that Ring of Fire thing is really, I just can't get past that. I can't.
Ed,
Well,
actually, he
is,
does. He's got about 2 songs. Sorry, he's got 2 songs that really relate to flat Earth. Yes, he does. They're the new ones too.
Do you know why
it has
I
to do with
don't?
lying.
Wait, are you talking about Johnny Cash? I think I have that one.
Yes, it's a new one, like going to cut them down or whatever. Like, you know, he's talking about liars and psychopaths, and he's actually not speaking for the industry. He's speaking against the industry in that song, and it's kind of weird because most of the time
Cash didn't write Ring of Fire.
But no, I'm not talking about the Ring of Fire. I'm talking about a different song that he speaks about the industry.
Yeah, it's
and
called
stuff.
God's
He's
Gonna
like,
Cut You Down.
Yeah, that
I'll post
song.
a link in the chat room.
Exactly.
He probably didn't write that one either. He's known fairly well to use other people's songs.
Okay, that's not our point. Our point
Y'all
is
talking about
maybe Charles
he always
Manson
wear black leather stuff? That's y'all talking about?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
okay.
yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
He does a
he is
lot.
known for using a lot of other people's songs, but
He's
like
real.
a lot of other people, a lot of people,
Yeah,
you know,
him and Elvis. Elvis didn't write
it's just
anything.
how they sound singing the song is what people look for anyway.
Right. Eminem probably doesn't do his own, but he still puts out a message for him. You know what I mean? He still says what he wants to be said, kind of.
Eminem does write his own songs.
Doesn't matter. If you sing a song of mine, don't you know what the song says before you sing it? Don't you know the lyrics? Don't you know the point I'm trying to put out when I sung the song? You
Maybe
understand what I'm
not. It depends on the interpretation.
Okay. Exactly.
Right, exactly. I mean, I just said that maybe not. It's a really good
Different
argument to make
people
that
think different
I'm
things.
singing a song. Yes, exactly. Which means that if you wrote a song, I might like it for different reasons and have a different interpretation than you
Okay, if the
originated.
song is labeled "God is going to cut you down," and I re-sing it, what do you think I'm trying to tell you? Think about this real quick, man.
I don't know. I would have to consider the context.
All right. Well, something about the creator getting back at somebody for doing something wrong. That's what it seems like to me.
Or an absurdist frame of mind about the state of life on Earth.
No,
existentialist.
This song is specifically biblical. In the song God's Gonna Cut You Down, he talks about a man from Galilee, the shuffle of the angel's feet, and then something about Saint John or something. It's got some Old Testament references here. New Testament references.
What do you think about Neil Armstrong's speech when he spoke in the White House for Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton?
About truth's protective layers?
Yeah, about actually the whole little speech, though, if you pay attention to the whole speech. Wilbur Wright is his favorite, publisher or author. He said penguins are just like astronauts. They can't fly worth a shit, but they talk a good game. Mm-hmm. He said a lot more than just layers.
Basically, to me, he was saying
once again,
the newer kids, when they get older, they're gonna get smarter and they're gonna realize all that shit was lies. That's what I get from that. I know exactly.
Well, I mean, in the context of when that song was written, astronauts were like rock stars. So who's taking them down a peg? It seems that's probably the
Astronauts
concept.
were never like rock stars.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah, that is true.
Chevrolet marketed the Corvette as a car that astronauts drove because they were famous.
I don't care what Chevy did. The two astronauts that went up there and supposedly were the first ones that went. The first guy that went on the moon went into recluse hiding for 10 years. Both of them did. They didn't do anything. The other one, Buzz, was a drunk out on the road singing and being goofy. And then Bill Clinton came on a talk show and he said, "I don't believe them fellers ever went to the moon." And then he's the one that got Neil Armstrong to speak and let him say what he was saying.
They were literal rock stars. I'm saying that they were respected and admired like rock stars.
Listen to me. Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson make Neil Armstrong look like a punk and Buzz Aldrin. I'm telling you, the notoriety.
I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. Regardless, even if that's true.
I don't think you get what I'm saying. I'm saying there was barely any notoriety put behind them that should have been.
That's just not true.
Yeah, I can't say that they didn't have no notoriety. They had to. Yeah, they was supposed. Yeah, the level that he's saying, I understand it, and the level that you're bringing it down, I understand it too. But to say that it wasn't figures talked about around the world, that's a big understatement. Yes, there was, in a sense. That's what he means, rock stars, that they can go over another country and be noticed who they are.
Right. Well, see, the TV, you have to understand, was put around the same time as all that stuff was happening, like before that, and like right during that time. So the people pushing the message that was coming in through the first moon landing and all that, along with JFK going and having secret meetings with Werner von Braun and all of them. I mean, people don't really know the little behind the scenes of that.
You know what? I have to accept that because that was the time when radio was being pushed to the side and TVs was being put in people's homes. You're right.
I would disagree with that. Radio was approaching a heyday. That was the time when FM radio was coming.
But more people was getting TVs.
Big deal to put FM radio in cars.
Okay.
The more people was getting TVs to sit down at home to watch the moon landing, to watch, these type of things.
Now, Seth, you said a lot of people had radios back then, right? Still?
We're talking about the 1960s?
Before that. Even before that a little bit. But yeah, around the 1960s, 50s, 49, 52,
well,
you know what I'm saying?
Pick a decade, because I was talking specifically about the 1960s. The 1960s, radio was still, it wasn't in the infancy, but it was definitely still growing. I mean, FM radio was a big thing back then.
So what I'm going to ask you now is if you think radio was predominantly the most thing in there, that's your thought. I'm going to say this.
That is not my thought. That's not my thought.
That's not your thought? Oh, well, if it was, regardless if it's your thought or not, if it was, how can anyone believe a NASA moon landing from a radio? Just please answer that. I mean, regardless, anybody answer that.
That was a cool.
I don't know why. I don't understand I don't understand the contention.
Okay. Orson Welles got on the radio and said aliens were coming. People started killing themselves, selling their stock, stealing, jumping off roofs, doing dumb stuff. Over a radio broadcast they could never even tell was even true or not. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's like every Christmas, the radio broadcast will tell you where Santa is on the NORAD station. My mom, she's in her 60s, and she's been telling me they've been doing that since she was a kid. So at a point in time, that was pushed to the side, and the TV was brought in the home. Instead of sitting down with the family listening to the radio, that was more of a trucker thing or more of a people out on the road. At home, what we're talking about, people were bringing the television and sitting down with their family and watching them talk about it instead of just listening to them. That's kind of the point of me saying the difference when they were bringing the TV and leaving the radio behind.
No, the Apollo 11, though, it was like 500 million people, like 500 million watched it on TV, supposedly. But more than that, I think they said listened on radio. Like more people heard it and believed it, which is ridiculous to me. I'm like, that just shows you how much trust they had. But as far as astronauts being
money, people couldn't afford the TV. That was a luxury.
That's right. That's right. And the thing is, though, they used all these sci-fi movies to make was like Captain Kirk. They wanted spacemen to be heroes so that when astronauts were introduced to the public, they'd be accepted as cultural heroes. And that's why I call it the entertainment media complex.
Captain Kirk was on a new special too, and he said it was all science fiction. He said you can't go to space.
And
How do they know all that, where the stuff's at?
That show wasn't a long show. It only lasted like 3-4 years.
Captain Kirk came on a TV show, and the guy was telling him about space. He was like stars and this and that, and he said, "There's no way." He said, "There's no way you can convince me. You or anybody else knows how far that thing is, how much it weighs, this and that." He said, "Get out of here."
Oh,
And
yeah,
I think Richard Branson told him something about he wanted him to be one of the first mans on his little shuttle thing, and he told him, well, something to the point where you can pay me to fake it. I can't
But
really
my point
remember.
is that astronauts have always been a cultural hero. They're held up as martyrs. They celebrated the Challenger explosion hoax to create martyrs. And you'll never find a movie where the astronauts like the bad guy. They're always the heroes. It's like the new cowboy. And that's how it's been sold. And they like, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be an astronaut. And nowadays, it's weird, though. It's like just these big nerds up there drinking piss in space. I don't see what's so heroic about it. They don't go to the moon anymore.
There are lots of bad guys,
They ain't drinking
bad
piss.
guy
They'll never do
astronauts
that.
in sci-fi movies. What was the last one with Matthew McConaughey?
I haven't seen that one. I want to see that. I want to see that one. The last one I seen was Gravity, but I want to see the one with Matthew McConaughey. No, I'm lying. The last one I seen was Alien with Damon.
The point is, Matt Damon is in that, and he plays a bad guy, and he's an astronaut.
No, my point was that, like, not a lead character. Like, astronauts, like, when people say astronaut to kids, they don't think, oh, sick. It's like astronauts
But of course, every now and then there's going to be a bad, crazy
have always been
astronaut.
held up as heroes and cultural icons. That's why they have them on coins, and that's why they're venerated. You can't say astronauts are not the most venerated people, pretty much on Earth for the most part.
Oh, I can say that. I think they're venerated, but I don't think they're the most venerated.
As elite. Few professions are as idealized and idolized than astronauts, and that's why we always attack them, because they're not heroes. They're scumbags. They're liars. They're crisis actors.
Astronaut will be a doctor, a firefighter, something like that. You know, you mean like a prestige, something people would think highly of, like, oh, you're an astronaut. Oh, that's a, you know, I understand what he's saying.
Seth, yeah, I know they're well known, and they put the documentary out there, and they got Buzz Lightyear, and they got little cartoons and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, like, back in the day when little kids, when they first, like, if some rappers or certain people today were back then, and you're like asking a little kid, not real young, but maybe 10, you know, what about this person? Just like today, you'll ask them, who's Neil? You know, they'll be like, I don't know. Well, who's Lil Wayne? Oh, well, he's a rapper, and they'll tell you every word of his rap song. It's just weird to me. You know what I mean?
I have a question for the room.
What about okay? If you go into space, right, in your spacesuit and this and that, right, and it is, it's a vacuum. The longest you can stay in a vacuum is a certain amount of time, not that long at all. And the water in your body starts to boil, even in your suit with protection. So how do you explain that, Seth? Like, how's that working out?
The suit is pressurized.
No, even in the suit.
Right, except in the suit is not a vacuum; it's pressurized. So you're not in a vacuum.
Morning, gentlemen.
You're in a pressurized suit.
The suit.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head on out of here.
What he's saying is, when you're in space, inside the suit, all the gases is trying to get out of the suit. So the first thing the suit was supposed to do is blow up. And inside, it's still the same effect. It's trying to get out of the suit. Just like a balloon, the air is trying to get out of the balloon. That's why the balloon is blowing up, because it's pushing the balloon out. So it's the same type of force. So he's just saying, like, how can man sustain that force for 6 hours when you tested it, a man almost died in 5 minutes?
Because the suit is pressurized, just like there could be a pressurized cylinder here on Earth, like an air tank. You can pressurize the air tank, right? And there is a negative pressure outside of the tank relative to the inside of the tank. If you make the tank strong enough, it'll stay pressurized. It won't just explode. You just have to build a suit that can contain the pressure. And I would assume that NASA did create a suit that can contain the pressure.
The
I don't think
pressure.
that's why there's a good
I
argument.
want to take this quick note to
says
say
that they
goodbye. I
couldn't
gotta head
make a
out.
pressurized suit.
I guess.
The test was in the suit, and the man almost died in 5 minutes, and they never retested
If there's a
that
breach in the suit, yeah, that would probably happen.
but they never retested it because
Well, I think that's probably not true.
that's why we talking about it.
It is true.
So your contention is that NASA tested one spacesuit once and it didn't work, and they never tested another spacesuit. That's what you're saying.
NASA said that. I go by what NASA say. I don't make up, I don't give suggestions on what people. I
Yeah, I
go
don't
by
think
what
NASA
they say.
said that.
You better look into it.
A lot of people say it.
Look at that one dude. He tells you about the vacuum, and he has the big room that he shows you, and he shows you that's the big room they use to suck out all the thing, pressurize it so it's like a vacuum, and same
And
room.
like,
Depressurize it.
because it's not a vacuum, it's just all the air has been sucked out of it.
That's what a vacuum is.
No. When we say like, the vacuum of outer space has never been duplicated. Everything will be sucked the fuck up out of this motherfucker. It's never been duplicated. So all they did was took all the air out of the room. That's not considered as a vacuum like the vacuum of space.
It is. The vacuum of space is it's a space without any air pressure in it. Just like if you make a tank, you suck all the air pressure out. Oh, by the way, I just realized I was talking about the rockets. There's a YouTuber.
Let's not get past this.
You guys
So
are wasting your
where
time
did
with
they
Seth.
test? Where is there a place where is the vacuum just like the vacuum of space at on Earth?
In any evacuated chamber.
No, I don't know why would you say such a thing.
Because it is. That's what science says. I mean, that's what the scientists that you guys are arguing against say that space is a vacuum. A vacuum is just an area with no pressure.
It's more than that.
Is a vacuum that you make on Earth is in a little container, right? The space that's around the Earth is infinite, supposedly. So how can you manipulate that? Is what he's telling you. You can't. When you're in that,
manipulate what?
Let him finish. Go ahead.
When you're in outer space and everything's pulling, and you're supposed to boil in your suit, and it's a vacuum. The vacuum container on Earth. Say I've got an egg in my hand, and I pull the air out of it. That only works in my hand on the Earth with that egg, the size of that egg. Now, how can I'm only working with the size of the egg or the room on Earth in a little bitty area in a town, and it's a very small little spot. So how can that compare to being in infinite space? You see what I'm saying? How can you measure the pressure?
No, I don't. We're talking about. Oh, do I get to respond?
Like when you go down in water.
I guess I don't.
The further you're going down in the water, the more it's going to try to crush your ship. Okay.
Yeah, pressure.
Okay. Well, it's the same opposite effect as space. It tries to pull apart. Okay. What I'm saying is how can you contain that amount? Do you see what I'm saying?
No, you can never equal the force.
We're talking about when all pressure is
on Earth. Well, how can you have an equal vacuum?
What do you mean equal vacuum? Equal to what?
The pulling of the vacuum in space. I said it. He explained it a little bit better.
You can take a chamber and evacuate the air in
question.
it, and you have a vacuum. I don't know. You guys.
You're acting like the vacuum. You acting like we can use our vacuum inside of something to suck all the air out of it, and it's like that's the vacuum of space. That's not how it works.
It's similar,
how it works,
but it's not. Okay, now listen to this. Also, that the Earth is supposed to be rotating, and the vacuum of space. Oh man, fuck! I think I just lost my train of thought. But God damn it! Go ahead.
What is your reaction to this? I'm kind of curious. I don't believe there is an outer space, that it's been totally misrepresented. The whole thing's a magic trick. Nobody's ever been in space. Nobody's ever been in orbit. Nobody has ever produced any evidence beyond CGI, It's all hearsay and arguments from government scientists who have a vested interest in lying to us. Like, what do you think about those of us who just don't believe in outer space as it's been represented to us?
Right.
Right.
I mean, that's
Exactly. Of what
or
100
not.
million.
Okay, I guess he was asking you, not me.
Sorry.
Right. I'm trying to deal with that as I tackle your guys' issues with space and orbit and rotation. I understand that you guys don't believe that space exists. Maybe some of you.
I
do,
believe
but
space
the majority
exists.
of
I believe in space.
Right. See, I'm totally open to the fact that you guys have different beliefs about this, and I'm just trying to take your issues with space and respond to them. I mean, who asked that? It was Tim. Yeah, Tim.
How long have you been trying to
I
debunk
understand.
this? Then?
I was aware of flat Earth a long time ago. I
asked you, how long have you been trying to debunk this?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Maybe
a year, 2 years, 6 months, 4 days.
I don't know. It's never been really at the top of my mind. Every once in a while, I'll see a flat Earth.
Okay, take a
I'll
guess.
jump in
Take a
and-
guess.
Hold on. Let me. There's no way to guess because let me explain.
You can't even possibly guess if it was 20 years or 20 days. You have no way of
Can I
possibly.
respond? And maybe my answer will be able to illustrate what I mean.
Okay, so approximately how long?
Well, no, I'm going to answer
No
it the way
answer.
No, there is an answer.
For
and
a
I'd like
very
to
long
respond.
time,
Do
it's the
I
answer.
get a chance to respond?
I'll answer for you since you don't know. For a very long
no,
time.
you don't get to answer for me.
For a very long time, you've been trying to debunk it. I don't know why
Correct.
someone like you comes on here and tries to debunk something. Like, if I didn't believe in Bigfoot, I wouldn't go to their pages all the time. I can't understand why somebody like you spends months and months of their life doing it. It doesn't make sense.
I don't understand why you're so combative, Aaron. I came in here. I'm having a really good
I'm not
conversation with Ed. I'm having a really good
I'm not
conversation
combative.
with Tim.
I'm not
having a really
combative.
good conversation with Dem.
No, I'm just having a question. I'm just asking a question. I think you're being combative.
Well, can I
I think
finish?
you're being very combative. I'm just asking you a question.
I'm just asking for
How
a chance
long
to
have you been trying
respond.
to debate the flat Earth?
And I'm trying to respond.
How long have
Can
you
I?
been trying to?
And
Just give an
can I
answer.
respond in my own way?
No, just give an answer. Like 6 months, 4 months,
I would
2
like to
years.
respond in my own way, and I would like the room to ask you.
No, you need to go ahead and just answer it the way that I've asked you.
Can anybody ask him to allow me to answer my own way?
No, you can ask me. They're not gonna pick anybody's fights for you. Just go ahead and answer the question.
I'm not asking
How
them to
long?
pick sides. I'm just asking them to allow this conversation to be fair and allow me to actually.
All right, I want to
Answer
ask
the
you
question.
about the
I'm
ball.
trying to answer you.
Can't answer it because it's been a long time, and I just can't understand why somebody like yourself will come on for months and months and months and months. I mean, what is it that you're getting out
Well,
of
I
it?
mean, you can portray your narrative for me all you like, but no one's going to believe you because you're just making it up on the spot when you haven't actually given me a chance to respond and answer it in my own way.
Well, can you do it quickly?
I can do it succinctly and simply.
Okay, can you hurry up and do it?
I've been trying to.
Okay, so it hasn't happened yet,
I'm
so it's not happening very quickly.
Right, because every time I start to answer, you
Ándale,
railroad me.
pues. Spanish means hurry up.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, ándale.
So I haven't
Quickly,
been
brother, it's taking
trying
a long
to debunk it.
time.
Okay, I guess I'm not going to get a chance to respond. I'll wait for somebody else to ask me a question.
Okay, I didn't think so. I was just wondering if you
Every
could
time I
answer
open my mouth, you start talking over me, and I
Yeah, hurry
need
up
an
and
actual
answer.
chance to respond.
quickly. I'm sure you can do it. Try.
I know I can.
Okay, so
I
what's
don't
the
come into
answer?
these rooms to debunk anybody.
No
I come to these
answer.
rooms to have a conversation. And
Hey,
have
you know what?
You have
I
no
think it might
answer.
be helpful.
good discussion about these kinds of things.
I think it could be helpful if I
You might see it
preface
as
this.
debunking, but I'm just responding to things that I hear that I think are misrepresentations.
How long
of
have
the
you been doing
scientific
that for?
method of the
And how long have you been doing that for is my question.
whole life.
His whole life. Well, Seth, okay, you know how you say, well, why can't we just pull a ball and dip it in water and spin it and recreate the Earth? And they say, oh, well, it's to size to scale. The Earth is so massive. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying there?
Yeah, one of the problems is whenever you spin a ball, you're spinning it much slower than the Earth is actually spinning.
No, what if you spin the ball at the same exact amount?
Well, then if you spun the ball the same exact amount, you wouldn't spin it at all because relative to the sun, the ball is actually tied to the Earth.
I have no idea what that just meant.
What it means is the Earth rotates one revolution
I
per
have
day.
no idea what that just meant.
It's less than 1 RPM. Do you know what revolution per minute is? Well, the Earth doesn't revolve 6 revolutions per minute or 100 revolutions per minute. It revolves 1 revolution per day. It's slow. So
But it's
spins
slow
vaulting,
relative to the
there's all
size.
the centrifugal
It's
force that
slow
would throw the
relative
water
to the
off the Earth.
size that
Doesn't make
we're
a lot of
on
sense
the
because the Earth
globe.
spins
It's not
much
slow. It's
slower
faster
than
than
that.
the speed of sound. The speed of sound is 767 miles per hour. It's
At the
faster than a
equator,
speeding
yes.
pistol
Speed
bullet.
relative to the center of the Earth,
Pistol
yes.
bullet is 950 miles per hour. So it is all relative, but to say it's going
But
slow
the
is
arc is
incorrect.
low, and the revolution is very slow.
It's slow because the size that we are supposed to be at with the globe, it makes it seem slow, but that doesn't
Aaron?
change 1,000 miles per hour.
Aaron, is 6 revolutions per minute slow or fast?
I can't answer that question, just like you can't answer your questions.
What he's doing is
I wanna
breaking it down
answer
to
it my own
scale,
way.
and he's showing you how if it's at a smaller scale, the speed cannot be that size. I understand that.
But it's not moving at all. It's actually not moving at all.
About the other scale of his container on Earth compared to the actual space. It's so infinitely much bigger.
That it never can be duplicated. Never can be duplicated. The
Yeah, not by
forces will pull whatever inside of Earth apart if it can be duplicated.
Can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you now. If you was trying to talk the whole time, we didn't hear nothing.
I've been talking for like an hour.
We didn't hear nothing.
Holy shit.
Man.
We didn't hear nothing. I was
I've been
about to
yelling
say,
at y'all.
I was really.
Get everybody off. Ain't nobody hear me. Damn, man.
We're
I
sorry.
thought you fell asleep. I really did.
I've been cussing y'all out for an hour. I've been getting so mad. I even typed in the chat. Y'all fucking talking over me all this time? Y'all gonna be that rude? What the fuck?
Why you didn't turn your camera on?
Why you didn't turn your camera on?
I would have really looked dumb then.
Try to do it all like that.
Finally, I asked the chat. I was like, man, can y'all hear me or what? Like, did they just keep talking over me? What's going on?
You don't
Dang,
mean
man,
nothing. The conversation's all about us. You just sit there and, you know.
Yeah. Carry on.
I was just trying to get a reaction to a comment and it never came out. I was trying to get a reaction to, what do you think about this notion that those of us who consider the flat Earth model reject the very existence of outer space itself?
Oh, I do. There's no such thing.
Oh, sorry, Tim. So you were trying to get a reaction from me?
I have to wake up my kids though.
Tim, you're trying to get a reaction from me. I think I'm the only one that doesn't think the Earth is flat here.
But I believe in space.
Yeah, I believe
yeah, and some of you guys believe in space, which is fine. But
how do you believe about it? You believe it's infinite too, or what? What do you believe about it?
What, space? I don't.
Yeah,
I don't know
exactly.
whether or not space is infinite. I have no idea. I think both possibilities. I think both possibilities seem absurd, right? One possibility that Earth is finite, or that space is finite and has an end, seems absurd on some level. And then the alternative that there's actually infinite space is also absurd. I think it might be something like I think what's his name said it. Why can't I think of his name? Damn, I can't. Feinstein. I think Feinstein said that it's unbounded but finite.
So you do
That's
think
the closest.
There are some things that you're like, I'm not sure about that the way they explain it, so I'm not really gonna believe that 100%, right?
No, Feynman was an astrophysicist, and I'm going with his conclusion.
I'm not talking about Feynman. I'm talking about just anything in general. Like when you walk across the street and somebody says, I have a fucking pink unicorn right here behind my back and it's 10 foot tall.
It's so cute.
You see what I'm saying? Like, do you believe them?
Probably not.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So that's where we came to our conclusion and where we got to. A lot of the stuff is called a fucking pink unicorn and we don't see it. It's
Right, but
Hold on.
I've looked into it. I think the science.
They still believe in NASA after seeing that video I just showed. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Holy shit! Somebody smacked you in the face with the truth, and you said, "Smack me again," basically. Like, I mean,
He said, "Kick me where it counts."
like somebody kicked you in your fucking nuts, and you said, "Do it again. I like it. Give me more."
No.
Come on, man. How do you even?
Candy, some
So
people take
explain
longer
to me.
than other people. Seth has been at this for a few years and hasn't gotten anywhere, but it's just like
So-
with sports. Some people learn fast,
Yeah, but-
some people learn slow.
Yeah, but
I think
Aaron,
maybe he's
if
just a
you
slow
think-
learner.
If
I
you think that it's been that it's somehow tied to my identity, or that I somehow have a habit or hobby of debunking anyone in particular,
Because you don't
you
show
have
your
a wrong you have a wrong
face. You don't
inclination.
show your face. Never shown your face in the world.
That is my face. That
No.
picture is me.
That's what you're saying it is, but there's no video of you, so you're not.
There is. There's
showing
lots
you.
of video on me on my YouTube channel and in other Hangouts. I'm just not
You
on
should
video
show it.
now
You
because
should
I'm at
show it
work.
on here so we can see if
Well, I'm
that's
not
true or
going
not.
to. I'm at work.
Well, of course you're not going to. You're not going to answer. You're not going to show your face. That's how
Well,
I know that.
But Aaron, if you wanted to conclude that I do show my face, you can look up other videos and see that I
No,
clearly
I
show
can
my
just.
face.
You can just prove it right now. It's real easy. Like I could just show mine.
Except that I told you I have a good reason why I don't. I'm at work.
No, you're at work. You can do it for 2 seconds, then turn it back off.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Of course you're not going to, because you can't.
I can. Of course
No,
I
you
can.
can't.
What do you mean I
Of
can't?
course you can't.
What do you mean I can't?
You're not going to.
Or something.
Why would you conclude that I can't? That's weird.
Because cowards hide. Cowards hide. They don't show their faces.
Well, then again, you can see me in other Hangouts where I do.
You know, I'd like to see you now. If you wanted to go ahead and prove it, it'd just be real easy, right?
No, I'm not going to.
Of course you're not, because you can't.
Are you the real Seth MacFarlane?
I can. No, I'm not Seth MacFarlane. I wish.
Your mic is low.
Mine?
Yeah. Then yeah, your mic is low.
All right, hold on. Let me.
I really want to show that fucking video again. So, and I want him to tell me he still believes in that after seeing it. Like,
Oh, after you did the video, your video, okay.
I just wish Aaron wasn't so combative. I was having a really good conversation with almost all of you, and I was having a good conversation with Aaron too.
And I wish that you didn't think I was combative, because I'm just talking to you. Besides you
Yeah,
calling me
no,
combative.
that's an out. I mean, I don't know if you realize
Besides
it,
you calling
Ryan,
me
but
combative,
you called me a
Seth,
coward for not
besides-
turning on my camera at work.
No, I said
and you've
coward's
been
hide.
railroading me and
I
not
said you
allowing
look-
me to
you
finish
looked
the
into it
sentence this
because you
entire
might
time.
feel that way
You've
about
been
yourself and
extremely
hide.
combative the
But what I
entire
actually
time.
did was I just mentioned
And
that
you've
you're
lied
not
about
willing
how much
to do
time
it.
I've taken trying to
And
talk.
I also pointed out to you the fact that you're not
why
willing
is
to
there so
show
many people
yourself on
talking at
video.
one time? Can't nobody hear nobody?
I know, and Aaron has a habit of doing that.
I like to call people kettle black. That's what I said.
You like to call people what?
I don't like to call people anything. I said I like to call the kettle black.
I didn't hear that, Aaron. You like what?
I said I like to call the kettle black. I didn't say people. I said the kettle.
Right.
Yeah.
But then, you don't. There's nothing cowardly about not turning on a camera at work.
I think that cowards hide. That's all I'm trying to say. If I was a
Right,
coward,
and-
I wouldn't.
and
I
I
wouldn't
don't.
do it.
This is
I
my
wouldn't do it
picture.
if I
This
was
is
a
my
coward.
name. And if you look at my profile,
Just
you'll
drawing.
see other videos where I have similar
Drawing.
conversations.
Talk about something
Yeah,
else other than people who they are and what they're doing here, please.
False
'Cause I'm
Who that
tired here.
is?
Come on,
Monster.
Seth. Cut it out already, Seth. Trying to have a conversation here.
How is space or the vacuum of space like sitting in a chair at anytime, like anywhere? You gotta explain that one to me real quick.
Control for that without being in a vacuum. I've explained that already.
You explained that sitting in a chair resembles a vacuum.
No, that is not my contention. Control for what flat earthers say is the reason that rocket propulsion works. Rocket propulsion works according to flat earthers because it's pushing off of a fluid. Well, you can control for that.
Because you throw a basketball from a chair. Is
Yes, you can control for that. Because a basketball would push the same amount of air as a medicine ball. Would it not?
Technology for NASA came from Germany, and Germany had the technology way before us for a lot longer time, and Russia had the technology before us. and they didn't do anything big in space or anything crazy, and they never had satellites above us and all this crazy stuff, and they didn't have any of these weaponized weapons or nothing crazy, and they were doing it before us, and we came along and got a hold of some of the little rinky dink information and tried to use it to do the same thing. They were smarter than us at, and still couldn't do it. Do you even understand any of that?
I'm about to play this video for everybody.
Yeah.
Danielle.
But that's to do with how rocket propulsion works in batteries.
Go ahead, play the video.
I'm about to watch
Play the
this.
video, Candy.
Roll the bean footage.
Roll that beautiful bean footage. I want Antonio to see it too. I don't know if he's seen it. He gets in here. Because I don't see how anybody can still wave the fucking pom-poms for these motherfuckers. Still, after seeing this. Like, I mean, there's no more... It just blows my mind. Like, what excuse can you possibly give for this? I just don't get it. Send them. Still say that they're up there in space and I mean, how?
It sounds like you got a problem with America. We're up there, goddammit. Looking down at you right now.
Shut your mouth and don't say that word over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
I got 2 rules.
I know. I fell off. I'm sorry.
Ed's a theoretical physicist. That was a theoretical saying.
Hey, Candy, thank you for waiting for me.
Hey.
Tony.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Brother Antonio.
Yo, Antonio, have you seen the video with all that fuckery from NASA?
But every single one of them, that's fuckery, doesn't it?
This one's way worse. Oh my god.
I have not seen it.
It's 13. Okay, well, you're about to see it. These people, I've already played the video once, but somehow these people, somebody on this panel is still believing in NASA, and I got to show it to them again, because I just don't see how.
Who you talk about these people?
I don't know who it is on here that believes in NASA. I don't know who is it, Seth?
That's sad,
yeah.
All right, cool.
I didn't have my page up, because I was moderating somebody else's chat while I was talking to y'all, so mess in there. They kept bashing Antonio, so I had to keep timing their ass out. Told you I get all defensive when people talk about my friends.
Why would anybody be bashing me? Hey, listen, guys. Listen.
Bashing his name, you know?
Put some respect on that man's name.
That too.
Yeah, come on. Hey, listen, guys. Now that you've seen me, okay, because I could hear what was going on before. Now you've seen me, I'm going to switch my camera off and watch this video.
All right, here.
Appreciate that, Antonio, because cowards hide, and you're not a coward.
Is that Joey?
Chee-hoo.
Oh, Chee-hoo. How you doing?
Mike Helmick. Oh my God, I can't say his name.
Helmick. Okay.
Can you guys hear it?
No, we don't hear it well.
Actually, where's my fucking mods, man? Sorry, I had to block somebody in the chat. My thing's lagging. Like, sorry, I'm gonna start it over after. Oh gosh. Dang.
So what's significant about this video is, number one, it was live to school children.
Yep.
Number two, we have this stuffed animal that is transitioning in on another video channel. And the actor is able to reach up and grab this doll in really deep space and manipulate this doll with their hands. And so the only way you're going to pull that off is with one technology.
I'll see.
And that technology is virtual reality. More importantly, though, something called augmented virtual reality. Now, before 2012, NASA used masking techniques, much like we do in Photoshop and After Effects. But now we're able to simulate water and objects live in real 3D space. So we're able to take models of things that are photorealistic and rotate and move them while we're going live. Before, we used to have to render these effects frame by frame by frame, and it took extreme time. In this video here, I made last year in Sony Vegas, I was just playing around with the master capabilities of Sony Vegas. I don't even want to say this video, but here I'm standing in the kitchen and I'm just lifting up the trash can. It kind of looked like it's floating. I didn't do a lot of work on this. It was just something I wanted to see real quick. But just to give it another effect. We now have the technology to simulate water, materials, fabrics live in real 3D space with virtual reality, but better yet, an augmented virtual reality. And all augmented virtual is taking the objects in 3D space from the virtual reality world and putting them in our world on another screen, which we can see, manipulate, and touch with virtual reality content or classes. In this next segment, I'm going to show you how NASA addresses objects in 3D space. It rotates them around, manipulates so they can this with water, with cloth, anything. How it is. What they're doing, what they're seeing. Contact virtual reality augmented listed and put that on a separate video layer live. Yes. Do it all in real time. So I'm going to show you what it looks like to them as they're grabbing objects and manipulating them. I'm going to show you Microsoft's HoloSense video. E3 a couple years ago, bringing reality into our world. And it is simply amazing. Let's watch.
HoloLens will turn every room of your house into a personalized video game level. Today, we want to take mixed reality one step further. We've got something here to show you. Holograms in full. This holographic gauntlet is the weapon that Dan will be using while playing Project X-Ray. Set as arms, the hologram moves as well.
I meant Antonio. Oops. In chat, defending the.
Nicely done. Looks like that's all of them.
So NASA got tired of taking the plane, better known as bomber comment. So in 2012, they started soliciting companies that specialize in real-time augmented virtual reality so that they can face weightlessness and put objects in real time. Simply the cost of the plane and safety concerns and the fact that they weren't very good at it. They didn't go to Hollywood, which most of the Hollywood effects are both process and then after. They needed something they could do in real time and make it look realistic. And so I'll put this link in. How the company called Element. thank you, Debbie Grant, for bringing this to my attention. After I researched this, I found out our government contract. In elementary, what they do is they bring broadcasts together in real time, and they're able to create sets in a virtual reality world and make it real. They're also able to bring
Too much background noise. Too much background.
Yes, that's what they need to make the broadcast. So, here we see Johnson Space Center Telemetrics provided latest camera robotic technology, national government television, and mission control. Why do you need space? Reality said that mission control is on space center. I think we know the answer to that when we saw created blueprint. So, the next segment, I'm going to show you what it looks like when virtual reality in broadcast live doesn't work out so well because it's not perfect. And then at the very end, I'm going to show you the mother of all screw-ups when they actually have a channel shut off that should be on. Because once again, these astronauts are looking in 3D space, they are grabbing objects because we're in augmented contact lenses. That object is not there broadcast to the viewers live, then it's going to look pretty ridiculous. So let's some of that screw up. I'll cover them as they happen, and then we'll move on to the final. This is when an SLR video use post-processing and masks. This is a video layer mask in augmented virtual reality. We're going to see him lose his finger here, and the watch pushes out. So I guess virtual reality accidents can cause lost fingers. In this next video, we have Caddy. Now I want you to pay attention to her neck. Where your neckline goes into her shirt, it's cut off. Apparently, they wanted to show how cool this necklace looked. Unfortunately, it's not perfect. The necklace goes in and out of her shirt unnaturally and in several places. I literally spent hours going after probably 30 or 40 videos, probably had approximately minutes straight of NASA. I've seen that virtual reality setup. I tried to pick some clips that were obvious and some not so obvious. Show you some of the contacts. You're going to see him speak with his contacts. These are virtual reality contacts overlaid on the eye so that you can interact with things in 3D space. All in this next shot, we will get to see the whole arm setup and the virtual reality glove that covers all the way down the arm and hand. This allows the software to broadcast. See video-wise as his arm in a shirt sleeve. Okay, I have a lot of Tim Peak screw-ups, but this system glitches. The software does not track his hand properly. And Tim slips his hand underneath, which is actually holding onto the mic, which would be impossible. I don't think this is Tim's fault. Normally, Tim always moves his other fingers up while he slides his hand under. I just think to respond to his movements here. This picture here is actually Tim's fault. His hand reaches the 3D mic in front of him. In this next clip, we're going to see Tim's arm switch out as he's manipulating a 3D bubble. Now, this bubble is in real time now. We have the technology to do that, which I showed you at the beginning of this. And this bubble is environmentally lit, or HDRI lit, by its environment, which means the bubble can take up its reflections and refractions in 3D space and hence augmented reality. Once again, augmented VR just means bringing the 3D objects to our world on a separate model. In this last clip, we're going to see NASA royally screw up. It's a live broadcast, and one of their video channels is off, not working. That's the channel that is supposed to show us, the public, what the astronauts are seeing in virtual reality. Also, the channel shut off is the masking for the guy on the wire. Can't make stuff up. Just watch. Y'all know NASA uses wire. And sometimes we'll catch them like this here. Guys, hold on. Wire. When you're filming live, things just don't work out. And it becomes so blatantly obvious, it's ridiculous. So, in this clip, tracking live feed, we have a astronauts go by us in the background, obviously trying to get the spacey, station, busy effect. The only problem is the camera that was supposed to mask this harness out for the video feed is not working. And so we see the guy kind of flying along in a harness on his wires. Amazing. But that's not all that goes on here. Okay, so you see to the right, this guy's flipping this hat. This hat's actually of another video. Space, it's virtual reality. He's augmented contact lenses so that they can interact with these 3D objects. Now, in this scene, the guy on the left in the green shirt, he thinks he sees an object in 3D space is being broadcast to him. He puts it off to the side. As he's looking at an object rotating in front of him, but the video channel is down to show the viewers what we're supposed to see. Actually get to see the object that he is seeing. I would just sum this up as a very terrible, bad, horrible day doing my feeds. Hey, Tim, still there? Yeah. Can you explain to us what this astronaut's going through as he sees something with his eyes in 3D space, but it's not actually there being broadcast to the public? What's going through this astronaut's mind?
This system is sending signals to the brain that doesn't really match your eyes, so your brain's going to work out the two differences.
Here's the thing. As much fun as this was, there is a time coming when you and I will not be able to tell the difference. And space has not changed. Technology to fake space has gotten better. Adobe gets a massive update to Photoshop or After Effects, or there's a massive update in telemetrics, the augmented virtual reality programming. That does not advance us magically 20 years in space. Space has not changed. It's above us. It's dimensional, and we cannot orbit Earth. We have been warned. It's very serious stuff, and if you do not get it now, you won't get it later, because later you won't know the difference. This is Mike. God bless everybody. Please like and please subscribe.
So what do y'all think of that?
That's very cool. Very well put together.
Bravo. Bravo.
That's some fucking fuckery. I mean, if anybody can still believe in them after that, it makes me want to vomit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I've got an
Helio.
experiment. Say again?
Timed him out. I didn't know you could time out a mod. I accidentally timed him out, trying to time out that other person right on top of him. But my thing keeps lagging, so it got Helio.
All right. Oh dear. So I don't know if you guys have seen the gyroscope proof that Rob Durham put up. There's
you played it on your stream last night?
Yeah. So 6 hours filming a gyroscope and not showing any apparent drift. The Globalings are saying, oh no, it's not sensitive enough to show the drift. I'm proposing an experiment. A friend of mine has got one of these, I forget what they're called, the devices that you have on the top of your tripod so that your camera can track the stars, okay? So I'm going to ask him to borrow it to serve as a turning table so that it will turn at 15 degrees per hour. And I'm going to place that same gyroscope, I'm going to purchase one, I'm going to place that same gyroscope on top of this. Now, if this moves, but the gyroscope remains fixed, it means that the gyroscope is indeed sensitive enough to sense the rotation of the Earth. And then it would be absolutely game over for them.
What about I heard earlier there was a kid talking about the plane, and he said the plane has 3 instruments. He said it does have a gyroscope. He was trying to say that there was 2 other instruments on the plane that a lot of people aren't paying attention to. I don't know. Do you know what?
Artificial horizon is one of them, and the other one has to be the
altimeter.
Yeah.
He said it's one that kind of sets automatically.
The gyroscope. Yeah, a daru, or it's something like, yeah, it's called something like a idaru or a daru or something like this, that resets the continuously adjust. It's gibberish. It's not true. It's supposed to continuously adjust the gyroscope because it doesn't display drift. So if we're flying around curves, then it should display drift, and it doesn't. So, you know, they've said, oh, well, we now have this thing. Guys, you should all read the book by the guy who wrote Catch 22. It's called Closing Time. Okay? Closing Time. Remember, this is the guy who wrote Catch 22. We all familiar with the term, with the phrase Catch 22. The guy's a genius. In this book, he describes how one of the protagonists sells the US Navy invisible, undetectable planes that don't exist, but he sells them to them. And all that he does is he paints on the deck of the ship an outline of a plane with hazard symbols, do not cross. And people don't cross. And that's it. Yeah. This is what this Adaru thing is. It's something that doesn't exist. It's like the satellites out in space. They don't exist out in space.
Right. So it's just another instrument to get someone to look at and be like, oh, well, that's got to do something. It has to, you know what I mean?
It's a, well, that must compensate for the curvature that we're flying around. That's what it is. Never mind that they didn't used to exist and planes were still flying. They were flying for 100 years, just under 100 years without it existing.
Right.
So, yeah,
brother,
it's gibberish. It's gibberish. So I'm going to do this experiment, and that's it. Now it's very simple. If as the turntable, so I refer to the device that's turning. It's made for cameras to track the stars. You know, as this device is turning, if the gyroscope is indeed not sensitive enough to drift as the Earth rotates, then as the turntable turns, the gyroscope will turn with the turntable. If it does that, then they have a valid objection. If instead it stays rigid in space, then their objection has disappeared. Then it's 100% proof. So let's see which it is.
What if the gyroscope was moving like in a circular motion too? It shouldn't have no effect either way, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if it's once it's spun, if the base, if the surface it's turning on is turning at 15 degrees per hour, and the gyroscope turns along with it, then it is indeed not sensitive enough to pick up this very sort of turning. But if it remains rigid in space, like it will, then it's demonstrating that it would drift if the Earth was turning. And that's it. Game over. Absolutely irrefutably game over for the globe. So I'm going to have to wait a couple of months for that because I'm going to have to save up. But I'm doing this. I'm doing this for sure.
Right on, brother.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I still think that also that I know there's got to be a fast like some kind of jet or something that can go far enough, you know, to see to be able to show us something. Even if they can't find the end, there has to be something that can go like east and just keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going. You know, and if it is a ball, then they'll come back around and come back to where they left from. But if it's not, they're just going to keep flying or stop and have to come back. Like, where's the footage of this? Like, there should be.
I mean, the only footage we have of anything like that was over the south, and it was the footage of these unnaturally warm waters there. You know, the warm waters, those mountains and whatnot from Admiral Byrd.
Right. So why today can't we? I mean, with today's technology, why can't we like at least go that far again or further?
Oh, we should. I think we should be able to. It's just we're not legally allowed to. Oh, sorry, guys. I wasn't reading. What is it? I just saw Candy. Antonio. Oh, cool. So that's really good, Candy.
What's really good?
In the chat. Okay, I'll read it out. So Joey writes, gyroscope proof, attitude and altitude ADJ. That was regarding the other two instruments in the plane.
Read it out. Don't read mine out loud.
Why not?
Yeah.
Dude, if you have it up and running, you want people to know. People, Candy's got Patreon. Donate $1. Donate $1 a month.
IPS was my first Patreon.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh man, that is so cool.
And you know, you said you couldn't. It wasn't done right. If you click on that one, it brings up another box that you can change the number. It took me 4 hours to figure that out.
Yeah.
I was so mad at you.
It does take a while, doesn't it? It takes half an hour or so to set up. No,
because you told me it was set up wrong. So I was trying to find the setting to change that, but there is no setting to change that. You don't change it. You just click on the one and you change the number there.
Yeah. So, and then Joey's asking, what do I think of the Iron Republic? I find it fascinating. I don't know what to make of it. I think it's absolutely fascinating. I don't know anybody who's found the physical magazine that it was published in. I know Jeranism has looked for it, and he and Missa buy and sell books. They had a bookstore, a bookshop, so they should have all kinds of contacts, and they haven't found it. I don't know. If it was really published back in the day that it was supposed to have been published in, then it lends more credibility to it being a bona fide story, a true story. If it's not a bona fide true story, but it was published back in that day, then the person who wrote it was some kind of crazy visionary.
What was the story about?
That's what I think. Oh, it's about a very wealthy guy who is blackmailed and then blackballed. He wants to get into politics. He's a lawyer. He wants to get into politics. He gets kind of tricked into endorsing one person. This is then used against him, and he's blackballed. So he thinks, you know what? Forget this. I'm adventuring. So he buys a ship and he goes on an adventure. He hires a crew and he goes on an adventure. He travels around for 2 years. Eventually, travels around to the south. They find a break in the ice. They go through this break in the ice and they come out on the other side of the break to this ice, and they're chased. Basically, these boats on foils, you know, those hydrofoils, that race up to them and take them to a harbor, and there's another group of people who live there, you know, who speak English and who have a completely different style society. It's a stunning story.
Like the guy in the Sun, where his son came back, but the guy died and the crew died, and they put his son in jail for a long time. Same type of.
Similar, yes, very similar. But that was in the north. That was in the north, wasn't it? He went to the North Pole, came back. The father died, and yeah, very similar story to that. But with that, they went underground and found a new world underground when they went to the north. With the Iron Republic, they just went across the ice. They describe the snow being pink like rose petals, and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, they go through, there's this other society that's incredibly advanced, that's very egalitarian. Not just egalitarian, it's a meritocracy. And descriptions of flying devices and all kinds of stuff. It's a very good story. If anybody's interested in hearing it, the Morgal did a reading of it, like an audiobook. It's 5 hours. Dude, that guy's got some patience. But it's worth it. But I urge everybody to read Closing Time. Closing Time by Joseph Heller.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Y'all know that song.
Where's Vincent? Candy?
Yeah.
Candy, where's Vincent?
Huh?
Candy, do you know where Vincent is?
Shit.
Candy,
Yeah,
do you know where Vincent?
Yeah, he's at the game. He's out. He's
He's
out
at
on
the
the
game.
town.
All right. Okay.
He was
All
in
right,
here
okay.
earlier.
Cool.
Why do you ask me? How do you think I know where he is?
Well, you did know, didn't you?
Aren't you guys married or something?
Yeah.
I do think it'd be. I happen to think it would be. I think it'd be so cool, you know. But he'd have to move to the US, or you'd have to move to Rotterdam. And,
She said she had dreams of having a honeymoon in the Netherlands or something.
Oh wait, what?
Oh.
Yeah, you said it like a couple days ago.
No, that was always what I wanted to do. Like for my
Okay,
whole life,
man.
like, I wanted to have a honeymoon there. I did have
Well,
a
there
dream
you
about
go.
that twice.
There you go.
Now you
Hey,
said,
Can you
You guys
send Pete
see
the
the-
link? Because I can't get into my Skype.
Send who the link?
Tanja Pete.
Oh, dude, of course I can.
We have a
Hey,
monkey
Antonio.
in the building.
do you guys see the red my head right here from the light, like over and it's like pink light or a red circle? Can you see that? See,
Who
right
said
now,
that?
Demon. All the way to the right.
No, you're not all there.
No,
Online.
what are you
But,
showing?
I don't know what you're looking at because I
When I'm-
presented you. I don't see anything.
Do you guys see like a pink circle or a red light?
No.
You're not displaying anything apart from your camera.
I mean, like no, I mean like right here. It's like a big glow. You don't see it.
kind of like
No.
a pink flare. Kind of.
It's a pinkish
At the
circle.
bottom.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He said red. He said pink snow.
I see black.
Well, right here on the bottom, a circle. It's weird. I don't know. It's I can see it. I was just thinking maybe that's a pink glow every time I move past my light. So you never know. If there's a dome, it could be some pink snow. Maybe you never know.
Have y'all seen my sun dog video? It's pretty cool. I saw 2 of them in like a couple months apart.
Yeah, I saw a couple different ones. There's have you guys saw like the guy with the little pirate on the corner of his channel, like Impossible or whatever? He shows all kinds of crazy stuff. I don't know.
But I
if
like
it's true.
actually saw these with my own eyes. Like they're my own videos.
Oh, okay. That's a lot different.
Hey, are you guys subscribed to Tet's Truth Tube? TET's Truth Tube? You know that guy?
Never heard.
From Norway, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
makes amazing videos. I like his stuff. He has like good compilations. He has like a lot of good finds. He finds a bunch of like, just stuff in pop culture references and all kinds of like footage. He put out a video today or yesterday. And man, they're on the ISS for the 3rd time now. This time with a Japanese astronaut. And the guy is fucking showing us how to brush his teeth again in space and reading the exact same script that the other two, the one chick and then Chris Hadfield did, where they first talk about how they're gonna brush their teeth, then they say, this is how we do it on Earth, and it's the exact same thing, and then they say, this is how we do it in space. We have to conserve water. They do the water bubble trick, so they waste water right in front of you while telling you that they have to conserve it. And then he brushes his teeth and says, up here, we don't rinse it out. We have to swallow our toothpaste. And for the third time, an astronaut swallowed their freaking toothpaste on the ISS. Like,
wow.
That shit bothers me, man, because I've been saying, like, all they ever do up there is show us how they piss and shave and shit and clip their nails and do all kinds of weird, like, just stuff that really there's no difference on how you do any of those things down here, you know? Like, he just clipped his nails.
Yeah,
he just brushed his
what the
teeth.
hell?
So, like, what are you guys showing us? What is this shit? And it's the same script, you know? And if you watch this particular guy, like, I think it's an extra just, it's kind of, I feel like it's kind of like a fuck you to the ones who are paying attention. You know what I mean? Like when they laugh at the screen and she goes, look at my hair, you know? When the interviewer asks them if they're out in space and she goes, well, don't you see the hair? And they all have this shit-eating grin on their face like they're laughing at us, you know what I mean?
An actual vacuum vent like above her, just a normal little vacuum, just sucking hard enough to just pull her hair all.
Yeah, I want you guys to just look at what this guy did, the Japanese astronaut who was brushing his teeth in space again, and he had that freaking he had the doll with him, that one that they brought for the kids, and they make it disappear magically and then reappear. Yeah, it's on his shoulder the whole time. Watch when he's doing it the whole time. Like I think the fuck you that they threw in with him is he's making like the blowjob action every time he talks about brushing teeth. Like he puts his hand up and he just goes like this towards his mouth, you know? And he does this like 5-6 times in the span of 2 minutes. He just goes, now I'm gonna brush my teeth. And then he like, you know, he does the blowjob motion and stuff. It's really just...
They're sick. Those people, they're not hypnotized and think that they're on the ISS. They know they're hoodwinking the world. They're sick individuals. They're whatever's in their soul or their spirit or even their mind. It's sick.
It's crazy because
so
it's reaching the perfect audience too, right? Because it's one piece of footage, but it affects two crowds in two completely different ways. So the people who want to believe it and they love it, and you know the ones who just really don't know any better, they view it one way. And okay, here's this astronaut, you know, brushing his teeth up there for whatever reason and then swallowing toothpaste. Okay, and then everyone else who's seeing it is looking at these extra things that they're throwing in there to just really to say like fuck you, you know, we make $50 million a day, and I'm happy you noticed, and there's not shit that you could do about it. You know what I mean? Like I hope you enjoy this little magic. Here, you like this? Yeah, I'm gonna do a backflip for you. And then this guy did a fucking backflip right after he brushed his teeth and ate the toothpaste. He said, okay, here we go, wee, and then he did his backflip and then cut it off again. Like, you know what I mean? It's a fucking joke, and it's on us, man. It's on us. This is the shit that tripped me out. All these guys, like, I just had the chat for 7 hours, dude. The hangout was 7 hours. That dude jumped in, like, for 5 hours. I listened to these guys talk, man. And the thing is, to me, you cannot defend that shit anymore. Like, you can't defend anything coming out of there.
Candy, somebody's screaming for a link.
It's Concho Pete still?
Screaming for the link.
Yeah, I passed him a link on Skype.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 messages back to back. Link.
There's only a couple of people I'm allowed to do that, and he's just one of them, okay?
VIP stuff.
But you know what tripped me out? How they spend money. You can have a pencil in space, but they're going to spend $1 million to make one pen. Crazy as hell.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. But you know what, guys? Listen, they're not laughing at us. We are the people that they're certainly not laughing at. They're laughing at the people who think it's all true.
Yeah.
That's who they're really
Yeah.
laughing at.
Yeah. Thing they
Listen,
can,
guys, I'm gonna Candy. I'm gonna drop. I've got a video uploading. And it's taken forever because I'm on. So I'm gonna drop. But I'm gonna be listening from the outside. Have fun, guys. Hopefully, it will render quickly and I'll be able to come back on. Okay.
Cool. Okie dokie. See you later, alligator.
See you later. See you later. Bye.
Pete, I sent the link to your YouTube messages. That's the only way I can do it because I can't get in this Skype. My Skype is broken. I broke it. I managed to break my fucking Skype. Who does that? I don't even know how to get back in it.
You
I
do
added
that.
an email on accident that wasn't my email. Like I typed it. I forgot the numbers behind it. Now it keeps telling me to check that email to verify it, and I don't even have that email. Like I don't even know what to do.
You know, Antonio was saying he thinks they're laughing at the people who don't know what's going on, you know, and how they're playing tricks and stuff. But I think there's like these two clear, distinct like personality types of these astronauts that we see on the ISS. I don't know, man. All these videos that we see, like, I see two kinds of people. I see a group that looks terrified, like they look nervous as shit. Like, oh damn, did they see that? Did I just fuck up? Like the guy who's passing the hat and stuff. You know, those guys look terrified. They look really nervous and like stiff. And then there's the ones that are just cracking up, and it's like a big joke to them. They're laughing at everything. You know, they don't give a shit. They're just doing backflips. You know what I mean? It's like two, and I don't know what that means. Like, does that mean that they're on like two different levels of the you know, of the hierarchy or something? Like these guys are cool, but these ones are, you know, if they fuck up, they're gonna get reprimanded. I don't know, man. Like, I can't tell what's going on. I can't tell the dynamics up there, but some of them look scared as hell.
Yeah, there are different.
Like just a big joke. Like,
Pete, did you watch that video I was playing? Oh shit! I gotta post the link.
I'm in.
You shouldn't even
man,
said nothing. You shouldn't even said nothing. You should just kept sending links. I asked her for links and links and links.
She wouldn't let me in.
It's so. Oh man, I'm gonna post the link so you can watch it later. But oh my god.
What video?
The fake NASA ISS interior, a technical breakdown by Mike Helmet. But it's 13 minutes and something, and it's like it's showing how NASA uses like holographic imaging in virtual reality. It like breaks it down. It's really good. I've already showed it twice on the stream.
Pardon me, I think I've already seen it.
I'm getting the link right now. Hang on. You know how my computer's messed up, so well, it's not my computer. I didn't pay my internet.
Don't be silly. Nobody can fake space. No, space is real. You know it is. I've seen that and everything. Nobody can fake space. Don't give me that kind.
It's impossible to fake.
It's impossible to fake it.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
Oh, they want to see it again. I can play it on the stream, y'all, because I have to go get ready for work anyway. So 30 minutes. Fuck, I'm gonna have a bad day today. I haven't slept. I've been on the night. I need to see how much time I have too, because I might just have to kill it and start another one. Here, y'all. I'll play this video for y'all, and then I gotta bounce for a minute. I'll be back. Pete, turn it off. I'm gonna play it on the stream.
Not
you.
Are you talking to me, or is there another Pete in here? Huh?
I was talking to you.
It's a 9-second delay from Houston.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait 9 seconds. I can't understand what you're saying for 9 seconds.
Okay, hold on. Delayed. Okay.
Hey, there's an astronaut bringing you a soda.
Mm-hmm. By the time she gets done, we'll have an ice age, won't we? Hey, Candy, come on. It's like waiting for an ice age.
My internet is turned off. I'm not complaining because I'm lucky I can at least do this.
Or zero G plane. Now, I've heard a lot of theories from other flat earthers, some big energy facilities now, the way thing that
I'll be back.
matter up in the air, sheer energy, but to be honest, some of those theories didn't like I've been praying about it, and the Lord finally revealed to me one video, and I work with Weather Unity, and I've been working with special effects software and Photoshop for quite a while now. And when I saw this video, I realized it became instantly clear how it's just video game technology. Now, if you're part of the Geek Squad or the Techie Crowd, then you already know about this technology. This is a video that caught my attention, and you will see the same thing that I saw. Let's watch.
Yeah, anyone can do that. Look, I can get mine to spin.
Number two, we have this stuffed animal that is transitioning in on another video channel. Reach up and grab this doll in real 3D space. And so the only way you're going to pull that off is with one technology. Technology is virtual reality. More importantly, though, something called augmented virtual reality. Now, before 2012, NASA used masking techniques, much like we do in Photoshop and After Effects. But now we're able to simulate water and objects live in real 3D space. So we're able to take models of things that are photorealistic and move them when live. Before, we used to have to render these effects frame by frame by frame. And it took extremely long amounts of time. In this video here I made last year, I'm using Sony Vegas. I was just playing around with the masking capabilities of Sony Vegas. I don't even know why I saved this video. In the kitchen, and I'm just lifting up this trash can to make it kind of look like it's floating. I didn't do a lot of work on this. It was just something I wanted to see real quick. In effect, to get another effect. Technology to simulate water, materials, fabrics live in real 3D space with virtual reality, but better yet, augmented virtual reality. Virtual reality is taking the objects in 3D space from a virtual reality world and putting them in our world, which we see, manipulate, and touch with virtual reality contacts or glasses. In this next segment, I'm going to show you how NASA grabs objects, rotates them around, manipulates them. They can do this with water, with cloth, anything. And the cool thing about it is we can take what they're doing, what they're seeing with their contact virtual reality augmented lenses on a separate video layer live. And do it all in real time. So I'm going to show you what it looks like to them as they're grabbing objects and manipulating them. And then I'm going to show you Microsoft's HoloSense video, E3 a couple years ago, of bringing a virtual reality into our world. And it is simply amazing. Let's watch.
Specifically how HoloLens can turn every room of your house into video game level. But today, we want to take mixed reality one step further. We've got something new to show you. Holograms you can hold. This holographic gauntlet is a weapon that Dan will be using while playing Project X-Men. You'll notice that as he moves his arms, the hologram moves as well. Wearable hologram. And when you combine technology like this with the environment understanding of HoloLens, we
2012, NASA got tired of faking weightlessness by using materials with planes, better known as Obama comet. So in 2012, they started soliciting companies that specialize in real-time augmented virtual reality so that they can fake weightlessness and floating objects in the air in real time. Simply the cost of the plane and safety concerns and the fact that they weren't very good at it. They didn't go to Hollywood, which most of Hollywood affects the whole process, and that's after they needed something they could do in real time and make it sort of realistic. So I'll put this link. And they got a company called Summit. Thank you, Debbie, for bringing to my attention. After I researched this, lo and behold, I found out our government has contracted. Telemetrics, basically what they do is they help news teams and they bring broadcasts together in real time, and they're able to project anything they want in a virtual reality world and make it look absolutely 100% real. They're also able to bring different people from around the world, put them in the same room, and broadcast live and give them desks, whatever they need to make the broadcast. So it's pretty amazing company. LEC, Johnson Space Center, Telemetrics provided latest camera robotic technology, massive television, that mission. So why do you need to say virtual reality sets at mission control in Johnson Space Center? And they didn't know the answer to that. We saw it on the blue screen. So this next segment, I'm going to show you what it looks like when virtual reality being broadcast live doesn't work out so well because this is not perfect. And then at the very end, I'm going to show you the mother of all screw-ups, where they actually have a channel shut off that should be on. But once again, these astronauts are looking in 3D space. They are grabbing objects because they're wearing augmented contact lenses. And if that object's not there broadcast to the viewers live, then it's going to look pretty ridiculous. So let's see some of NASA screw-ups. I'll cover them as they happen, and then we'll move on to the final. Okay, so this is one of NASA's older videos where they use post-processing and masks and augmented virtual reality. We're going to see him lose his finger here and the watch, which is out. So I guess virtual reality accidents can cause lost fingers. In this next video, we have Caddy. Now I want you to pay attention to her neck. Neckline goes in her shirt, it's cut off. Apparently they wanted to show how cool this necklace looked. It's not perfect. The necklace goes in and out of her shirt unnaturally and in several places. I literally spent hours going after probably 30 or 40 videos, probably had approximately minutes straight of NASA virtual reality setup. I tried to pick some clips that were obvious and some not so obvious. Show you some of the contacts. We're going to see him eat with his contacts. And these are virtual reality contacts overlaid on the eye so actors can in 3D space in real time. In this next shot, we will get to see the whole arm setup and the virtual reality glove that covers all the way down the arm and hand. This allows the software to see video-wise as his arm in a shirt sleeve. Screw-ups, but this one here, the system glitches, the software does not track his hand properly, and Tim slips his hand underneath his other fingers, which is slightly holding onto the mic, which would be impossible. I don't think this Tim always moves his other fingers up while he slides his hand under. I just think the system didn't respond to his movements here. This picture here is actually Tim's fault. His hand reaches the 3D mic in front of him. You see Tim's arms glitch out as he's manipulating a 3D bubble. It can be done in real time now. We have the technology to do that, which I showed you at the beginning of this. And this bubble is environmentally lit, or HDRI lit, by its environment, which means bubbles can take up its reflections and refractions in 3D.
You done scared them all off. You done scared them all off, Cindy. Candy, hello. This is Andre Kuiper to the Flat Earth Control Room. Andre Kuiper to the Flat Earth control room. Houston, we have a problem. Hello? Candy, candy baby. Well, boys and girls, it seems like you're here with me, Andre Kuiper, and my fake ball earth spinning in space CGI footage. Hello? Ground control to Major Tom. Can anybody hear me? Chatters. Chatters, tell me you can hear me. Candy, candy baby, candy. Nobody knows what's happened, apart from me. I'm the last man alive. I'm in space, fake space. Don't know how I survived it all. Hello? Oh, there we go. Someone can hear me. Apparently, the panels fell asleep. I'm the last living flat earth astronaut in fake space. Dang it. Can I not even screen share myself, Candy? Am I on screen? No, it's Candy. Candy, turn your camera off. Hello? I think I killed the panel. I didn't even get to speak to Beth. Did Beth leave? Beth left. Oh, Beth. Because you knew I was going to cane you, didn't you? Hmm? Vincenzo. Lonely. I am so lonely. I have nobody. All of my own. Whee! Come on now, Candy. Don't keep us all waiting. Oh my Lord. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? There you go, look, I did exactly what NASA did in less than 30 seconds using webcam technology. NASA, I almost look as good as you do, if not better. Why is it not showing my screen? Oh, we lost Candy. This is not good, boys and girls. This is what Earth looks like from 250 miles up, spinning at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I'm Andre Kuiper, live from the ISS. What you're looking at is real footage. This is what Gem Panda and all the other ballers believe in. Yours truly did it in 30 seconds. All I did was take a quick background shot of Andre Kuiper, like that. It's me. And
hear me now?
Oh, now I can hear you. Yeah, at last, about time. I was going to say, the host of this show is really crap. I can do what NASA did. Look, I just took a picture of Andre Kuiper, shoved it there, took a ball there, shoved it in front of me, and voila. There you go. Air from space, from yours truly. 30 seconds. The appliance of science.
So I have to, I'm probably on the stream because go to work, and you know I have to be on the stream. Somebody, so I'm gonna I gotta see how long this one's been going.
Where did the baller go?
I don't know. He's been dropping all night, coming back. It's been 4.5 hours, so.
Did he say anything of any positive magnitude? Did he convince any of you that you're back on a ball spinning at these types of speeds?
I played this video on just 4.5 hours, so. If he's not convinced yet,
And some of them are paid not to be convinced. Let's just remember that.
True. He's been around for a while. Somebody in the chat said that he used to mute people and come off and freehand. I would have thought earlier.
Flat earth debates. He's the big fat ginger guy with the big ginger beard, isn't he? Looks like he lives in an attic. It looks like he's one of the lost boys. One of the lost boys that lost the way to the diet club and went to the McDonald's all-you-can-eat supersize me club.
And this guy, you've seen photos of the ISS. We've seen images of the ISS, but no photos, babe. No.
Well, I don't know what you're saying because you keep breaking up, love.
I am okay. Well, I'm trying to start the stream, and then I'm going to be anyway, so you'll be able to hear me then. Like I'm going to redo.
All I heard was three-way. God might not be pleased with me if I have a three-way right now. Now I know of his presence. Blue moon. I want those baby back, baby back, baby back. I want those baby back ribs. Chili's baby back ribs.
Chili.
Talking all them balls. Candy, look at my big spinning ball. I got a big bald head I'm from Holland.
I'm telling my husband that you're trying to show me your balls.
Well, just one ball. I'll be like Hitler, baby. I'll be like Hitler. I only got one ball. Hey, welcome everybody. I'm Vincent's head, just floating in space. I come from Holland.
He looks mad as fuck in that picture. Oh my god.
My name is Vincent, baby, and I come from Holland. Yeah. I want the baller to come back. Baller, come back. Baller, come back. Anyway, there's someone out there saying that LSC's map's the right map. Ozzy Osbourne disagrees with you. Ozzy don't think it's concave. Hey, Candy, do you believe that the world could be concave, honey?
No, I was talking to him. He was in my he said what he said. He's like, pretty soon I'll have you on my heart or something like he said. I said, yeah, no doubt that will happen ever.
Did he curse you? Did he put a curse on you?
He tried. He really did.
Hello.
Oh, Vincent. Hey, baby.
Hey.
Welcome back, baby.
Hey,
in space, man. Hey, everybody. I'm Vincent Head, just floating in space.
Ah, shit, that's me.
That's you, baby.
Yeah, you look so mad in that picture.
I always mad.
Whatever.
Hey, fuck, this was funny, Poncho.
What?
I started the stream with the Fine Art Champion. It was live, so everybody could see the city and blah, blah, blah. And then I thought, wait until I got 30, 40 viewers or whatever. They're all from the Netherlands. I saw them all typing to each other. Oh, I'm from Ajax. I'm from Rotterdam. I'm from Fine Art. I'm from Amsterdam. Blah, 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 blah. And I thought, wait a minute. So they were all watching, and then I switched over. Space is fake. And then you hear that song. And then you hear that song from Jabba. The earth is flat. Oh, I had so much fun. And they were all in the chat. I
it was a joke, didn't they?
And then I played ODD TV, and I played from Mark Sargent a video, and I saw the reviews dropping, but still 14 people were still watching. It's so funny. But I think I get a copyright strike. I streamed the television too. I think I have to delete them right away. And what's that?
Yeah, well, it's all nonsense. You know that, Vinny. Me and you can make fake space in split seconds. Look, it doesn't take long for you and I to make a fake space concept, and this is what they've done to us, boys and girls. It's nonsense, right, Vin? Somebody said on the thingies panel last night, when have you ever seen a picture of England? When have you ever seen a picture of Holland, Vin? Never seen a picture of England. What it looks like, what they've told me it looks like.
No. It's not like how it is. Wait a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I think those are his favorite words. Whenever I get done posting this, whenever I get fuck. Okay, Vinny's logged on as me, so that'll work. I can drop out. Man, he always comes and saves me right at the fucking perfect time. How did this happen? He did that last night too. I dropped out, my computer, my dog stepped on my thing and like crashed my computer. Then it did all this like repairing this and that, updating, and my stream would have ended if Vinny wasn't here. And I didn't even add him to the call because I didn't want to bother him. And he jumped in anyway and saved my fucking stream right at the right time. Like he got a radar on me or something.
Got a radar, Vincent? You got a radar?
Is that what I sound like?
We got a plane coming in on radar.
How you doing, y'all? Y'all
come back now, yeah.
Y'all come back now. I'm on the stream.
I got them saying y'all now. Even Dan Falconback says y'all now.
Y'all now is a bunch of fakers. That's what y'all is now. Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Buzz Aldrin. I think y'all be homeless bums.
Nah, NASA paid them.
Hey, did you already log in the new channel?
I might have put it on by mistake. Hang on, I'm just going to put a joint in Neil's mouth. There you go. Neil's smoking a big.
Yeah, let him smoke some weed. He can some real.
Put some weed on this. Let's put Samuel L. Oh, I can't. I thought it was black. No, good.
It's not the new channel, by the way. It's new content.
New content.
Oh, I mean new. How do you call it? I was talking Dutch all the time, so I don't know.
Oh, je was Heugen, Vleugen, Strubenstouwen.
Houd toch je mond, joh. Wacht maar tot ik in Nederland ben.
Nederlander.
Wacht maar tot ik in Engeland ben.
Felix agrees that all astronauts should be placed in prison. I agree too, Felix. Thanks,
yes.
Felix.
And if the ISS is real, please shoot it down. I mean, if it's not in space, but if it's flying there, shoot it down. Hi, Alta Blue. Hey, I have to go. But do you want me to stream for you? I have to go for 20 minutes.
I'm trying to start a new one right now.
Why? Is this one broken?
No, this one's like going to be over soon, and I'm about to go to work. I have 3 minutes before I have to leave.
Over? It's 5 hours. You got 4 hours left.
So 3, but I'll be at work, so I'm starting a new one.
I ain't never seen no satellite. I seen a light in the sky. That's all I seen, Vincent. What about you, Vincent? When you look up into the sky, well, you see pretty. Do you see pretty shiny metal objects, or do you see just lights flying above my head?
I see chicken.
No, there you go. You see Chekhov. Chekhov.
Chicken.
Fuck, I can't get into Skype, so I don't know how I'm going to send you this link to the new
If you're streaming and you have a bad connection, please never use Skype if you have a bad connection and
I'm trying to use Skype. How do I shut Skype down, Vinny? I forgot.
Yep.
No, he's talking to me.
Yeah, same here.
Everyone. If you're streaming,
everybody sign out. Is that it? Sign out. Get out of Skype.
No, I never sign out. I just turn it
Get
off.
out of Skype.
The Hangout link because I have to drop out of this one to start the other one. But can you somehow get it to Pete?
Can I do that after a year streaming? No.
Lonely. I am so lonely.
I can add you to the new call on your account, and then you can send it in that way. Something.
I can always log in.
Vincent Candy, would you like to see what Mark Taylor bought me this morning?
Wait, I need to know.
Oh, nice.
Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna add it. I have him as a contact. All right, later.
Mark Taylor bought that for me this morning. Look, Mark Taylor bought that.
Hey, thanks, Mark. Again.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for me flat earth, Mark, mate.
It's gonna end the broadcast.
Thanks, Mark. Oh, thank you ever so much for me fluffy cushion. It's ever so comfy. Thanks, Mark. You're the greatest.
Candy, if you are dropping, it doesn't say that the broadcast will end because I am the one who can end it, not you. So, see you in the next stream. I was just joking. I can stop the broadcast if she wants. Say goodbye and see you in the next stream.